You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Well, here we go. 4 anglers remain. 2025 college season is winding down, which means the longer you fish, the better it gets for you. Semifinal Sunday here for the College Classic bracket. Watauga Lake in northeast Tennessee, Carter County, Tennessee, just south of Bristol, just east of Johnson City. Cove Ridge Marina is our takeoff this week, and we have whittled it down from 4 individual teams, 8 anglers. The round of 8 is done. We had 2 seeding days, and the top 4 anglers have advanced, and they are now bracketed. The number 1 seed after 2 days, Trip Berlinsky, facing off against the national champ, Garrett Smith. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Bryce DeMauro faces off against Ben Burns. North Alabama has 2 representatives, guaranteed. Not guaranteed that one will make it. We thought maybe yesterday we could have a guarantee if they matched up today. They have a chance that they could face in the finals tomorrow, or Lander and Stephen F. Austin will spoil it and meet in the finals on Championship Monday. But Berlinsky versus Smith and DeMauro versus Burns, those are your 2 matchups today that we will keep an eye on for semifinal Sunday of the College Classic bracket. It's an early start. Low ceiling here at Watauga Lake for semifinal Sunday. Weather rolled in yesterday. It was a beautiful day in the mountains of eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina.
Today's another cut day, so we're just gonna go catch as much as we can today, as quick as we can, and hopefully we can fish a little bit of new water. But if not, it's all good. I think we have plenty of fish, and hopefully we can go crack about 18 or 19 pounds again. That'd be huge.
Fortunate to be out here, man. Every day is a blessing. I get at least one more day of college fishing, and I'm excited. We got some sunshine today. Should definitely help our bite out. Weights are zeroed, so it's a new day, man. I'm excited to go. We're going to try some of the same stuff, maybe mix it up, get a little more finessey. Just bounce around, piddle here, there, see what happens. A lot of tiny ones here. To really catch a good bag, you have to weed through little ones. I had a lot of little ones yesterday. We're going to just try to find a way around that today and see if we can upgrade and really go get in that upper teen level bag. Seems like yes.
Got to hear from Trip Berlinsky and Garrett Smith. They're the 1-4 matchup in our bracket. Meanwhile, we're watching Ben Burns take off. They left Cove Ridge Marina 1 hour ago, and those anglers are already fishing. Some fish already being caught, and those matchups will change with every single fish catch. We've seen the best angler, quote unquote, in the bracket, weight-wise, get upset because, Such, the deal is with these individual matchups, if you have the second most weight, but you're faced off against the guy with the most, it's a bad day for you. You're going home, and so you have to catch all you can catch, like Tripp said.
Yeah, Trip Berlinsky had 2 good bags, 19, almost 20 pounds on day 1, 15, 16 pounds yesterday. And I want to see if he can continue that momentum. He's caught a fish on his first cast both first days, and he got to go practice Logan Parks. And we'll see if he's already caught 1 and 2 this morning, so let's see if that momentum continues. I think he's got a pretty good advantage being able to spend a lot of his day looking for more fish.
Yeah, to catch him early like that, have that big bag yesterday, I was watching a little bit of the coverage before the football game started, and for him to get to go practice yesterday afternoon is huge. Cover new water and not beat up on his fish too hard.
The voice you're hearing is Logan Parks, former Auburn angler, Elite Series pro, just wrapped up his 2nd season on the Elite Series, and he is joining us for semifinal Sunday and Championship Monday of this College Classic bracket. So we head out to Bryce DeMauro, the big mover yesterday from 7th to 2nd on the leaderboard.
He gained a lot of momentum. Started with a big 5.5 pounder, or didn't start, but had it in his bag of 18 pounds.
That was big time. Been a little slow so far. I missed one good one, but I'm not too worried about it. We got the rest of the day. But I'm just looking to put four more of the ones that I caught in the boat today. We got plenty of time. I'm just trying to see what I can do here. Fishing the same area that I caught my fish yesterday morning.
Bryce tomorrow, talking about missing one or so this morning, trying to get his day going. So we head over to Garrett Smith, facing off against Trip Berlinsky. Those two matchups that we'll talk about all day long throughout the rest of the week. Garrett stayed shallow for almost all of yesterday and finally got his limit, enough to make it.
More on around.
Beat Andrew Blanton out for that last spot, his teammate.
Well, he lived with that day one 17-12 though, Ronnie. He only had 11-13 yesterday. I don't know if that's concerning that, you know, he fell back so far with his weight.
Too far.
He said he's looking forward to some sunshine today, so I wonder if that weather moved in yesterday kind of affected what he was doing.
Cloudy all day, had a little rain. Today's supposed to be kind of clear till the afternoon. A few clouds might come in. Maybe he'll get back on him, have another 18-pound day.
We said it was almost like it was just
every
too
time
nice of a day. Like there was no, it wasn't.
You think I would
no
learn that it's
extremes. It was
there
just
after so many tries?
a hazy day, no real changes all day long until the rain came in the last hour of the day. People might think that a hazy day, Logan, would be great for top water and what Garrett was doing
This
shallow.
is the tree I caught them on my knees.
Sometimes you need the sun for the shade, and sometimes you need just stormy conditions, and it was neither of those yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes you get those funky days where it's like, looks like they should be chewing and they just aren't for some reason, whether it's the pressure or, you know, whatever's going on, weird fronts coming in, and it doesn't always work out like you think. It's just the mystery of fishing that we sometimes deal with. Looks pretty good right now, though.
It does indeed. One thing you have to worry about if you're Garrett Smith is how many of these places have you gone through the last couple days? Like you've gone through practice, and now you fish day one, day two. It's hard to fish behind yourself, shallow.
A little bit yesterday. Interesting. Look that up.
Said we were interested to see how the water looked today. You can see some leaves all over from the storms yesterday.
Where'd they go?
Water looks good clarity-wise. This is one of those lakes that it can run off and get dirty in certain portions of the lake quickly.
Put this there. A little bit of that. Now we're gonna grab this. We're gonna swing over here, flip it in this, throw a buzz bait through that dock, and go back up the lake. I got a pump on. Guarantee it. Like I said, it's probably a hair early for this. I just thought I would check it to make sure.
Looks like a pretty fresh tree.
Logan, I got a scouting.
Hey, something else is jumping this morning.
Got a scouting report from
Jumping
Cole
for joy.
Sands. Listen to Garrett. Try to go in between him here. He's saying after the rain, sometimes the rivers
Back
can
around
be
the corner we go.
muddy.
We'll just throw in that dock, only because it's got a boat lift, and I could just, for whatever reason, I feel like one's going to suspend in that boat lift. I don't know if I'm going to catch it or not, but I really feel like one's going to suspend in that boat lift. And then we have got to turn and burn, go up and do our deal.
How familiar is Bryce with this lake? You know, I know Cole and them are from up in Tennessee. Is it some place he's fished before, or is it this is his first time here?
It didn't seem like Bryce was
That was a pretty presumptuously
super
mid-cast.
knowledgeable of the place. Obviously fished a little bit of time at Bryan College, but then transferred to North Alabama. And so it did seem like this was a pretty pretty even playing field for a lot of the anglers in the field.
Yeah, I guess Bryce is down from
worth a
the
shot.
Florida
Let's roll.
area. I didn't know if he'd been up there with his brother and Cole.
It's funny, Tripp, we talked about it yesterday, Tripp and Bryce grew up an hour apart in Florida and fished high school tournaments, but never fished against each other, never fished the same trails, anything like that. They ended up going to Bryan College, and then they ended up transferring to North Alabama and are teammates, and they grew up just an hour from each other and didn't even know it.
God dang it, that was a big one.
Tell us a
Gosh,
little
dang
bit
it,
of tough
man.
service where Tripp is, just based on the clarity of the picture, and he does actually have 4 fish already on the board for about 8 pounds, 14 ounces on Bass Track. This happened just a little bit ago, and we're going to do our best to be able to show those to you.
Another hot start.
Dang it, man, 0 for 2 on the big girls today. What the heck? Can't be doing that today. That boy Garrett's gonna friggin' smash on him.
Tripp Berlinsky the last 2 days has just been basically the best angler. He had the second biggest bag yesterday, had overwhelmingly the biggest bag on day 1. He had 19-14 and 15-15, and yesterday, Logan, he didn't go to a single place he caught the 19-14. It was all brand new water, and so to catch 16 pounds in different areas and not even pressuring his stuff, it was a big day for Tripp to be able to learn the place a little bit more. So we take a little drone tour of this beautiful Watauga Lake to the back of the pocket where Ben Burns resides currently. Stephen F. Austin angler, we talked about it yesterday. Ben goes to Stephen F. Austin, and they're one of the founding schools of college fishing. They were the school that Andrew Upshaw went to when he qualified for the Classic, the first angler to do so. And we got word, Such, 2009, Ben Burns' father fished in the Bassmaster Classic.
Is that right?
The fishing legacy of the Burns family, he's trying to now one-up his pops and make it to the Classic somehow, and got to get finished better than 37th, and he'll be able to do that. So still plenty of work to be done for Ben Burns within his family. Normally you make a college Classic bracket and you're like 1 or 2 days from the Classic. That supersedes anything your family's done in fishing. Not the case for Ben.
Yeah, he's got some big shoes to fill, it sounds like. Seems like these UNA boys got a little something figured out off the bank, just based on what I'm seeing, you know, kind of looking at their electronics and off the bank a little bit, and the other 2 guys are just kind of running and gunning shallow top water right now. I wonder if they talk to each other at all, if it was just strictly, you know, every man for himself in this one. It kind of gets funny when you're fishing against your teammate in an opportunity like this. I qualified for a Classic bracket, and we actually had 2 Auburn teams qualify, so it was 4 of us, and it just kind of, it was a weird situation because you want everyone to succeed, but only one guy can win.
What was that? Tucker, you, Connor, and James?
Yes.
At the
Alabama River
down near Wetumpka.
I like the new format a lot better. Unfortunately, I got paired against Tucker the first day when I fished the bracket. I like the 2 days, you know, top 4 advance, and then you start having a 2v2 or 1v1. That's I wish I could go back and redo that one.
Yeah, yesterday Bryce DeMauro stayed, I would say, even a little closer than he is now, about 1 full cast length off the bank. these banks that are in that 45-degree range, a little bit steeper, main drag, a lot of straight line banks, and found smallmouth, but a lot of largemouth. That's where he caught that 5.5, was out of a brush pile that was just off the bank, just deep enough, and so not out in the middle of the creek channels like a lot of these anglers have targeted who are out there, and not completely on the bank like we've seen some of the other anglers. So we're just a couple minutes into our broadcast here for day number 3 of the bracket, which is our semifinal day. 4 anglers remain, 2 head-to-head matchups. 2 anglers will advance to Championship Monday, which means they'll have a 50-50 chance at the Bassmaster Classic tomorrow. We'll be right back. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake is presented by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Semifinal action here today. We have sent 4 anglers home. The 8 anglers in the bracket are now down to just 4 as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sukon. You know him from Bassmaster Live every single broadcast. We've got Logan Parks, former college angler at Auburn University, and now an Elite Series pro, just finished his 2nd year. Logan, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. It's different to be on this side of the desk than it is. I bet you'd rather be on St. Clair in the top 10 on camera than being right here, but we're glad you're here with us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a unique opportunity to come here to the studio, hang out with guys that I've been watching forever, and broadcast on a tournament, that I've actually fished in before. It's really cool experience, and I'm happy to be here.
Well, we'll be enjoying the next 2 days with you here in studio. Such, yesterday we saw some big-time movement. Tripp stayed at the top. He continued his good, consistent run for the most part, but we had a big move from Bryce tomorrow, and then we had some nail-biting between the Lander teammates for the last spot.
Yeah, with the different conditions today, I don't know what's going to happen, Ronnie, but you said something wrong. You said it's winding down. Actually, the college season is amping up into the culmination of a Bassmaster Classic berth.
Yeah, absolutely. However you look at it, it's getting more and more pressure as these last few days of the season do approach us. But we want to throw it back. A couple years ago, how old are you, 27 now, you said?
27.
A couple years ago, you were in the College Classic bracket yourself. You faced this pressure before, so let's take it back a little bit. A couple years ago, when this angler with us was facing some of the hardest tests on the College Series. Fishing with Tucker Smith helped, for sure. Having 2 guys like you guys in the boat together certainly helped. You guys were the 2021 Team of the Year. Also able to punch your ticket into the College Classic bracket, and you did it in your home state, down on the Alabama River. You only got paired up against Tucker in round 1, though. How was that?
That was tough, man. Getting to fish for the Classic was a dream come true, and it sucked that I wasn't able to make it happen that year, but definitely fishing against Tucker was not the ideal first day pairing up. So I like the new format. It gives the guys the opportunity to fish 2 days and have a dog fight for the top 4, and then you're actually pairing them up 1v1.
How long ago does that seem to you? You've been through a lot since then, I'm sure.
A lot has happened since then. It's a while to go back and look at that, and that was cool. We actually had a YouTube series for Auburn, so to be able to get all that Team of the Year moments on camera to go back and watch one day.
Alrighty, guys.
It's awesome.
We started off the morning pretty good. First 5 minutes, I caught a decent one, not a really good one, but a decent one. We're in the same area as yesterday morning, where I was able to put some good ones in the boat. So I'm still working up through the area, about to get to the good part. So hopefully we can make something happen here. I'd love to be able to put a decent limit in the boat early and kind of just go on the day and just try to make small culls throughout the day. I'm fishing against Ben today, and he's been super consistent. He's caught 15 each day. So I gotta assume he's gonna have 15 or better today as well. So I really gotta catch him the best as I can. I can't really hold anything back. That's the thing that's so tricky but yet really cool about this tournament is you never know, what your opponent's gonna have or what he's gonna do. And so that kind of makes it tricky, but also cool at the same time. So today goes well and I can advance to the final day. That'd be super cool. It's always been a goal of mine since getting into college. I wanted to make the bracket and be able to make the final day. And hopefully I'm fishing against Tripp. That'd be a bittersweet moment, but it'd be super cool. Because obviously one of us would not win, but him and I are good enough buddies where we'd be super, super happy for each other if one of us, won and one of us didn't. So hopefully it's up to the end, but Lord has a plan, and we'll see what goes on.
Bryce, tomorrow, I would say the duo of DeMauro and Berlinsky have been as well-spoken as possible. And this was earlier this morning. You talked about having 2 keepers.
That's a nice one.
Yeah. But the rest of the day to catch 4 more like this.
It's a 3-pounder and a 2.5-pounder in the boat for him right now.
I'm kind of just bouncing back and forth. There's fish literally everywhere. But they can be tricky to get to bite. So hopefully we can put a few in the boat this morning.
I just recorded that, so I'll send it in, but they're kind of back and forth right now with the live stuff.
Okay.
Service,
Gotcha.
Logan Parks, have you ever been to Watauga?
I have not.
Have you heard of it?
I have heard of it, but
What do you hear?
Obviously it's pretty good. It's got a lot of quality fish. To be able to catch, almost 20 pounds in September in Tennessee is something to do. So it's obviously a really good fishery. I hope we go there now. It looks pretty fun.
6,500 acres.
Yeah, we could do, some sort of all-star. We could bring it back the all-star event. But the interesting thing is Watauga Lake certainly has big largemouth, has all 3 species, but it was echoed of, smallmouth, smallmouth, smallmouth. And we have seen largemouth be more of a factor for these anglers, even with the finesse tactics. We've seen a 4.5 from Ben Burns yesterday, a 5.5 from Bryce yesterday. I keep wanting to call him Connor. Bryce yesterday. And you see just the quality of the largemouth. They're all filled out and pretty full, whereas the smallmouth seem like they're still somewhat paper thin in comparison. And so I've been impressed with the largemouth just through the 2 days of the tournament prior.
Yeah, it's given me Cherokee vibes back when, that place was really popping off. We got to fish there in college, and it was a lot of fun. So it's kind of reminded me of that. You can catch your 3-pound smallmouth to fill your limit, but then to really get up to that 18, 19-pound range to set yourself apart, you need that big 4 or 5-pound largemouth kicker bite.
So I'm scouting, looking on Google Earth around here, look at our Cove Ridge takeoff place, and then I go across the lake and pops out Cole Sands Fishing. His truck and trailer were sitting in a parking lot. And I look, oh yeah, he's from that region. He's been guiding there. He moved up to Johnson City. He's been guiding there for the last year. He's been going there for 4 or 5 years. Called him, gave a run down the lake. And he was telling me this time of year, the smallmouth are skinnier, that there's a certain point in the fall, like last year, he said a 20-inch was 3 pound, and then a couple days later, 20 inches were 4.5 pounds. So they feed up and gain some weight really quickly. But the largemouth, he said, there's some good ones in here, 6, 7, 8 pounders.
Ben Burns versus Bryce DeMauro. They are the 2-3 matchup. We'll get a confirmation on weights and Bass Track when we get back, but Tomorrow versus Burns and Berlinsky versus Smith. Those are the two matchups, the 4 anglers here on semifinal Sunday, the College Classic bracket. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket here at Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee. The college bracket is presented by Lose. So glad you're joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning at Watauga Lake. Still seems so early. So they took off in the dark suits, but the low ceiling this morning is made for lower visibility, and maybe some of these fish for some of the anglers haven't woken up, like for Garrett Smith. Maybe they're just not awake yet in his region.
Logan said he wanted some sun. The clouds may clear a little bit as the morning goes on.
Yeah, burn that fog out of there.
Heading out to Ben Burns in our 2-3 matchup. He's going against Bryce DeMauro.
He was saying Burns has been pretty consistent with 15 pounds both days.
And he really caught him yesterday. He caught him day 1 afternoon and day 2 morning for the most part. Yeah, he filled his limit closer to midday, but his key fish that he caught were somewhat earlier.
Pretty long ways from home for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nacogdoches, Texas, is that where you
Wonder how
goes to
far of
school?
a drive that is. Pretty far.
He
I'd
said
say.
he was shocked and thankful that his family and Grant's family, his teammates, showed up from Texas to support him.
14 hours. I looked up the distances. Nacogdoches,
That's
14
like-
hours from here, so
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
it's not a.
I mean,
it's
it's
a 27-hour drive in 2 days.
It's at least 11 from Little Rock. So we're basically South Texas, right?
Not Bass. Yeah.
Tennessee can be tricky because it's so long. You know, It's like it couldn't be further across Tennessee than where they are
yeah.
right now.
I mean, it's 9 hours from Little Rock to Knoxville for the Classic. Like we've done 2 to Memphis, 3 more to Nashville, 3 more to Knoxville, plus the time change.
From Knoxville to the very tip.
Yep.
Probably another almost 2 hours.
Looks like he's kind of on the same program as the UNA boys right now. Kind of just
Yep.
right off the bank, maybe a cast off the bank. Just
Definitely a couple of our guys have unlocked that. And yesterday morning, Ben Burns said, hey, I was starting the day in second. I started the day in third, and I'm going to be all right because this is his first fish of day 2. 4.5 pounder got him started. That actually caused him to break a rod later, Logan. He sat on his rods to land that fish, and he snapped it off and on a hook set later on off a bridge. But he did add some smallmouth to the mix as well. That big largemouth did carry him through the morning portion, filled his limit. Really hung around that from second to fifth all day long for Ben. Really not in doubt and in question, but depending on where he would finish in for matchup's sake. And by the end of the day on Bass Track, him and Bryce DeMauro were tied. Bryce ended up beating him when it was all official by 2 ounces. So same matchup, 2-3 matchup, but like Bryce said, such a consistent 2 days
270.
for Ben Burns.
I'm sure these guys are looking good.
Bryce DeMauro had a little bit more with 18-1 than I expected. I mean, he had the big fish.
a little sandbagging going on.
Maybe a little bit.
Normally we're
Teach him
pretty
young, huh? Look.
Normally we are pretty spot on if we see every fish catch, but with the spotty service at times and we don't see them, then we don't get to hold them accountable, and they just pop in and you're like, was that really a 3? I don't know.
Some of the smallmouth are kind of hard to discern just on camera like this. It's maybe a little bit more than we think.
Yeah, I know that 3 pounder we seen from him earlier was a It's a nice fish. That's a nice 3-pounder.
Was.
Yesterday we had the same number of fish caught, 5 less pounds. The average went down from about 3 pounds for every fish to about 213.
Got to be 15 inches here.
So a couple close ones there.
Yeah, Garrett Smith making sure he got keeper number 5, and it was a close one.
I like how Bo said, yeah, first time. That measures first time.
One thing these anglers talked about yesterday on camera, Logan, was how these fish, maybe not necessarily the ones that are within 1 cast length of the bank, because I think it wasn't as much these guys, but some of the guys who were in the middle of the creek channels, halfway back, talked about how much these fish moved and swam, that they were swimming fast and furious back and forth, so getting an accurate cast on them at the right time was very difficult. That they were just very active. And yesterday also, a lot of our anglers from day one caught smallmouth in certain areas. They returned yesterday and they were covered up with spotted bass. It's like spotted bass moved from maybe the backs of the creeks or the main lake, and they moved halfway, like they all just invaded, and the smallmouth really didn't show up for some of those anglers as a result.
Yeah, that's interesting. It can be so bait related this time of year, and with just different winds and just the fish movement. Things change so quickly during the fall. You just really got to stay on your toes, and you can't get just too locked into necessarily one pattern or one area. It sounds similar to Lake Martin. Right now we'll find these big schools of spotted bass on Lake Martin. It seems like they're just swimming so fast you can hardly keep up with them on the trolling motor, almost like 3 miles an hour. And I think that's probably why they're so skinny out there, because they have to swim all over the lake to find the bait.
Hey, if you had to eat a cheeseburger while running on a treadmill, you'd probably not see the effects of the cheeseburger that much,
That's right.
Can it be really tough, though, in fall in Tennessee? I mean,
absolutely. That's why I was really impressed to see how good these weights were. Relatively speaking, anywhere in the southeast right now in September, a limit of 3-pounders is pretty strong. So to see almost half the field, over half the field catching 15+ pounds a day tells me that this lake's got some really nice fish in it.
And there's some pretty good anglers.
Yeah, that's right.
We're just with Ben Burns, now with Bryce DeMauro. If you're just joining us this morning, DeMauro and Burns are matched up 2 versus 3 in our bracketed competition.
Some bait flicking right in front of him, looks like.
I would not mind if this tournament turned into a school and fish tournament.
It can all have to do with the temperature too, the water temperature and how deep the lake is, how much oxygen it has. At this time of year, you see a lot of places start to turn over, and that can affect everything a lot too, With the bait coming up to the surface, the schooling action starts, and it can also get really, really tough.
You see where Garrett has moved now when he packed up from his original starting spot, which was really closer to takeoff than everyone else pictured on the map. And he's making it a little bit more upriver, so when we get some pictures hopefully with them, we can maybe see what that water has changed and look like. But this is the stop. This is the place where futures are made. And a couple years ago, we had Easton Fothergill in this College Classic bracket. Battled through so much adversity during the season, health concerns at the end of the season, gets into the bracket and dominates, makes the Classic, goes into the Opens, wins 2 Opens, Such, and then joins the Classic once again and was able to have his life changed this year at the Bassmaster Classic. Let's watch his story over the last 3 seasons.
University of Montevallo punches his ticket to the 2024 Bassmaster Classic.
So proud.
Now you can give Dad back his vote. You got your own, my friend. Classic now, my friend. Congratulations.
Giant. Giant. Come on. Come on. Yes. 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 Let's go. Oh my God. That is a giant. Are you kidding me, bro?
The excellence of Easton Fothergill, your Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion.
A lifetime of memories in just 2.5 seasons for Easton Fothergill. A fantastic college finale season, an awesome open season last year, and a rookie season for the books, especially with 2 of his worst finishes to kick off the Elite Series season that he's ever had in his whole entire career, and that's with 200+ boats in college events. And then he turns it around and wins the Bassmaster Classic. Congratulations to Easton Fothergill, and it just shows you the opportunity that is before these college anglers. All you need is a chance and an opportunity. One of these 4 anglers will make it to the Bassmaster Classic, have the opportunity to fish the Opens, and get to compete against Logan Parks possibly on the Elite Series very soon. And Logan, you got to fish your first Bassmaster Classic as well. Not going to talk about day 2, but day 1, how was it with that curtain opening and bringing fish into from Ray Roberts to Fort Worth, Texas?
Yeah, man, it was a dream come true. It just really was a full circle moment to get to go through the Classic. I've weighed in on the Classic stage 3 times through the college Classic, so I'm like, I'm gonna get here one day. And then I thought I had that opportunity. Well, I did have that opportunity in 2021 at the Classic bracket, came up short, and that was really devastating. And to turn around and make it 2 years later, I never really thought that would happen, but I'm sure glad I did, and I'm excited to come back next year for some redemption.
Well, while we were in break and while we were watching some of the features, Bryce DeMauro added keeper number 3, we believe, to his total in his matchup against Ben Burns.
There we go.
Smallmouth.
Like the rest, long and skinny. I think Trip Berlinsky on day 1 in his weighing bag, he had 2 of those really good smallmouth, like the 4-pounders, to get up to almost 20 pounds.
The ones I saw him holding up in the picture, they were nice ones.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, dang, big smallmouth. So
we head out to Trip Berlinsky. One difference with Trip and some of the other anglers is he's got some docks mixed in on his stretches, so he's able to weave in and out of docks. He got a little bit of contour change at times as well, and I believe this is from just moments ago as well when Bryce was catching his 3rd fish. This was a limit fish for Trip Berlinsky.
Oh wow, that's a nice one.
430, baby.
430?
430.
That's a good
4.5, 4.6, absolutely. Biggest of the day.
I'm up to 13 pounds, 6 ounces on Bass Track.
The UNA boys, they are trying to guarantee that North Alabama gets their first angler in the Bassmaster Classic. We have 2 anglers fishing tomorrow. Trip Berlinsky, a limit in the boat. Garrett Smith has a large hill to climb. That hill is looking more like a mountain by the moment. Trip Berlinsky has been the best angler the last 2 days and continuing on Sunday. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket here at Watauga Lake in Carter County, Tennessee. Semifinal action, 4 anglers remain. The way our bracket works, Today is day one of the bracket. We've had 2 days of full field competition. The 8 anglers, cumulative 2 days worth of weights. The top 4 weights advance to the semifinals, and then we break them up into a bracket, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. 2 of those anglers will advance to Championship Monday. And on Championship Monday, the best weight will punch your ticket to the Bassmaster Classic.
Right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of these UNA boys. They've really been on one lately. That whole team has been. They got a house full of hammers over there. It reminds me of 2021. You know, throwing it back to the Auburn team, we had, you know, Tucker Smith, Hayden Marbett. You know, a lot of really good anglers coming through that Auburn program. Made a run at school of the year, and that seems to be what UNA is doing right now. You know, they got the Nutt brothers, they got Bankshaw, they've just got. Just a long list of names. You know, these 2 guys are fishing the Classic bracket with a good chance to make the Classic. And you said be the first UNA angler to ever fish the Classic. So yeah, that'd be a huge accomplishment for their program.
And that's saying something as well, because when I was in college fishing, back in the day, you know, 90 years ago, UNA was one of the powerhouses.
Absolutely.
I mean, they had so many great anglers and made a lot of friends throughout that team that we still talk to today. And you would have expected one of them to maybe get to this moment. And so it's very cool to see the ebbs and flows and how talent comes in and out of certain schools, and those who can be consistent, those who have really high moments.
DeMauro had a big day yesterday, 18 pounds to climb from 7th to get in at 2nd place, and Trip Berlinsky's just been. Here's what happened on day 1. He went to his first spot, first cast, catches a fish. He's on his way. I remember talking to your buddy Ronnie Whitaker saying, you're nervous as heck going out there on day 1 of a competition to see if the fish you found are there. If something doesn't happen, you start going downhill. Yep. You go 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, it gets bad. You catch one pretty early, he says your confidence, and you just start rolling. And that's apparently what Trip Berlinsky has done. He started hot and has just continued to roll.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely key, you know, to start out like that hot. It gives you a really good, sets you up for a really good day. And it's just been amazing to me to see how the mentality has changed amongst these college competitors over the last several years. You know, when I was coming through the ranks, there was a few guys starting to make the elites. You know, it was like Cody Huff was the college guy on the elites, and it's now my roommate, which is pretty cool. But there was a handful of college guys, but not a whole bunch on the elites. And it was more of, you know, I hope I can make it there one day. And I really think a lot of these college anglers are coming through now, not with the hope, but like, I'm going to make it there one day. You see so many guys fishing the opens that we fished against in college, and a lot of them are in the hunt for the Elite Series this year. So I think there's just been a whole mentality shift with these young college anglers and their confidence on the water. And seeing these 4 guys compete today, it doesn't even look like anyone's nervous. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it seems like it used to be a dream, and then now it's a career day deal. What do you want to be when you grow up? I'm going to be a fisherman. Correction from earlier, Bryce DeMauro, that fish that we saw him land was keeper number 2. He did catch a 3rd fish, but it was just short of being a keeper, and so still 2 keepers in the boat for Bryce DeMauro as we go out to teammate and number 1 seed Trip Berlinsky, who has a limit in the boat.
Logan, have you had an event where you just, from the get-go, you're just feeling it? Everything happens right. I'm sure you've had several of those that you went on to win. Yeah,
absolutely, man. It sets up nicely when you can just go out there and bust them quick. We did that, you know, back in college at Saginaw Bay, pulled up to one of our key places and caught 5 big ones, you know, almost within 5 casts, and that's just honestly the greatest feeling in the world. Day 2 this year at St. Clair, I caught almost 25 pounds in the first hour, and it's just like, all right, what do I do the rest of my day? You know, it's kind of nice, and it seems to always happen when you have that long day. You're the last flight. That's when they bite early.
You actually didn't get your first Elite Series win because it's your fault. It's your fault and Tucker's fault. Your big day and Tucker's big day on day 2 made Trey McKinney on day 3 fish harder. Once he hit his goal weight, right? He hit his goal weight, and on live he said, man, Tucker and Logan caught a big bag yesterday. Like, I got to keep fishing. And he caught 2 more key upgrades later and had a massive day. And so it was like, if you guys would have just stacked some good days, you didn't have such a great day. He wouldn't have known you were coming for him, you know. But you guys did it all in one big swoop with a huge day 2, and he was put on notice.
Yeah, 19 pounds the first day. I wish I could have had that back and approached that differently. Could have probably scared him a little bit more, but you know,
Word was losing fish was a deal, right? Did you lose a couple bites on day 1 that would have had you over 20 pounds?
I did. I lost a couple fish, but you know, I wouldn't have said it would be anywhere in the 20, 25 pound range.
But yes.
To be honest, I just didn't really realize how good of an area I had found, and I kind of saved it towards the end of the day, and I wish I had more time there. And then day 2 and 3 and 4 were pretty good. So I'm like, wow, I should have fished here on day 1 longer. But that's fishing.
We do have an update for the Trip Berlinsky Garrett Smith matchup. Garrett Smith has put 2 keepers in the boat. He's obviously way upriver, out of service. That was scratchy yesterday with a higher ceiling that we're dealing with low skies today. No service where he's had 2 fish for 5 pounds for him. So he is on the board and trying to chase down Trip Berlinsky as we go out to Bryce tomorrow.
Yeah, man, no, I'm hung on it. I just saw this little stick sticking up and saw some big ones on it and decided to pick up my glide bait and throw it over there, and had a really big one come up on it, and he just never got hooked. I think I felt him for a little bit and he pulled off, but hopefully y'all aren't about to see me lose my glide bait on live. That would really be unfortunate. That's no good. Clutch baby boss might be going bye-bye.
That sucks. Need to get a lure knocker, bud.
We got one over here in studio if he wants to borrow one. But we are almost far away as Texas, right, Such?
Yeah, what are we, 11 hours away at least?
That would really suck.
So we talked about Ben Burns being on the board early in his matchup against Bryce tomorrow. Actually took the lead there. He had a 2.5 pounder, but we did not see it. We have gotten that live action from earlier today, moments ago. Ben Burns.
Nice fish. God, not as big as I thought it was. Still a pretty good one. Guess I'll go. Come here. I'm messing around with you today. Didn't let that one flop out of my hand. Their gill plates are sharp. That gill plate was just digging into my finger. See, this is more the size they were the other day on, I guess that was Friday.
Largemouth really bailed out Ben yesterday. Like he said, smallmouth were like this on day one. 2.5 pounder for Ben on the board.
Pretty built. Yeah, 290.
290. That's a different circumstance there. I'm gonna update that because 290 is almost a 3 pounder. We gotta do some arithmetic in the off season with the guys. We'll get them all dialed in for Bass Track. But yes, 290. That's a 3 pounder for Ben Burns, and we will get that fixed. But we see that tighter matchup. 2 fish for Bryce tomorrow, 5.5 pounds. 1 for Ben Burns. That'll be a 3 pounder. Trip Berlinsky, a limit. Meanwhile, Garrett Smith now has 2 and working his way. We'll be back with more from the College Classic bracket at Watauga Lake in just a moment. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket here at Watauga Lake in Carter County, Tennessee. College bracket is presented by Lose this week. Pretty chilly in East Tennessee this morning, but the action's heating up on the water as Trip Berlinsky has an early limit. Bryce tomorrow with 2 fish. Garrett Smith with 2 fish. Ben Burns with 1 keeper in the boat we got to see moments ago. As we take a look at that matchup, look at that. 215 for Ben Burns for 1 keeper. Bryce tomorrow has 2 keepers, a 3 and a 2.5 pounder for his total. Stephen F. Austin versus North Alabama. So we head out to Ben Burns now. You can tell it's gotten a little chillier maybe this morning as he's put the bibs on. He caught that fish just a couple minutes ago without the bibs.
Oh.
Seems like these guys are casting a lot. I wonder if they're just seeing a lot of fish and they're not getting them to commit, or if, you know, there's just a lot of trash fish swimming by they're trying to keep honest. It seems like they've been fishing a lot, you know, when we've been watching them, casting constantly. It's something.
Yeah, and we were talking about it yesterday, how much these fish were moving, and so it's like by the time you find them and figure them out, you go to cast, they moved again, and so maybe we can get some more insight about how these Watauga Lake fish act and operate. We've got a friend of the program joining us on the water, Elite Series Pro, former Bryan College angler Cole Sands, calls Watauga Lake his home lake now and guides there. And Cole, I'll just say this. Watauga is a hidden gem because there's not enough service for the world to know about how good this place is. Tell me a little bit about Watauga while we got you.
Yeah, we've had to run around a little bit to get service, but man, it is a beautiful fall morning, and I don't think there's a prettier lake in the country. But been super impressed with these guys this week. You know, they're doing a pretty, you know, it's pretty diverse. You know, we got guys throwing a buzzbait in a plopper shallow. We got some guys scoping out in the middle, and then what's really impressed me is you know, Trip and Bryce, what they've been doing. They're scoping super shallow. I mean, 6 foot and less. And what they've done is they've capitalized on the fattest fish right now. Most of the smallmouth out in the middle right now are really skinny. They still have their summer build. And they're actually catching a lot of smallmouth that are eating crawfish and bluegill. There's a ton of bluegill up shallow right now. And anybody who scopes a lot, I'm sure I see Logan on the screen, he can testify to this. The fish that are super shallow, like 6 foot and less, like they're catching, are the hardest fish to see scoping. And they're making it look easy. I mean, 18 and 19 pound bags right now in Watauga are super impressive. You know, in the wintertime, that's pretty common, 19, 20, 21 pounds. You see that often, but to catch that right now, as skinny as a lot of the fish are, that just is a testament to how good these young college anglers really are.
Yeah,
Logan noticed it, and we were just talking about it in studio, and we noticed it yesterday as well. Some anglers were attesting to it. A lot of these fish, maybe the smallmouth in the middle of the creeks or the spotted bass, a lot of them are swimming actively. They're fast-moving fish, so they're casting a whole lot more than we see on the Elite Series. What is the main forage here? Are they chasing balls of bait that are actively moving, or are these fish just not quite where they want to be yet?
Yeah, so the main forage that those are going after is alewife. And you know, when I'm out here fishing, I typically fish anywhere from 30 to 80 foot deep, and they move fast. And thankfully, there's no striper in this lake. So if you do see a group of fish moving fast, it is smallmouth. Could be largemouth as well, but if you see a group of fish, it's always bass. That's one way I can tell if it's bass or walleye or trout, honestly. If you see a group that's moving fast, those are the ones I actually want to go after. And for me, I kind of offset that. I use like a 1 ounce head to get to them, or a 3/4. I go super heavy because they'll bite it if you hit them. But it's been really cool just to see how these different guys have really broke it down this week.
Hey, Colts, Mike Sukon, we talked about, you gave me a scouting report for this lake. Now, I'm kind of, Trip Berlinsky said he had a lot of crawfish parts in his live well yesterday. Is he on the fish that are feeding on crawfish, apparently? And how's he doing that and stacking up to your predictions?
Yeah, I mean, that actually, when I saw him bringing that bag on day one and how fat his fish were, I was like, those aren't alewife eaters right now. I was like, those are definitely crawfish and brim eaters, because you just tell that it was a different build from the fish that I'm catching out in the middle right now. And when I saw that he was catching fish smallmouth right now that were that fat, I knew he was going to be really dangerous this week. So super impressive. The way he's caught them are great areas that I fish a lot in the spring. But he's fishing them right now, really taking advantage of a bite that gets overlooked a lot, which is a shallow fall smallmouth bite on these Tennessee lakes. And that's one thing I've kind of noticed. A lot of these guys are fishing a little bit flatter banks, more of that pea gravel, places where them crawfish really love to be, compared to the bluffier stuff. You know, it seems like the bluffier stuff, there's a lot more shad on right now. And, you know, the flatter, more pea gravelly stuff, kind of chunk rock stuff is where a lot of the crawfish and brim are.
So, Cole, question for you. It's me, Logan. If you were fishing this event, you know, are they doing the similar thing that you'd like to be doing? Or you said you typically fish 30 to 80 foot deep. You know, that seems to be a lot deeper than what we're seeing. So is that, you know, you think they're missing out on a bite out deep, or is that, you know, something that you might be doing right now if you were fishing?
Well, I mean, there's two ways to look at it. If it were me fishing it, there's two things that have surprised me. One, the south end of the lake beneath the bridge has not played really at all. The scope and bite down there hasn't played at all. And that's really surprised me, because that's probably where 75% of the smallmouth live on this lake. And that's usually, like, I know right now, that's the easiest place to go catch 13 to 15 pounds. Like, if you go scoping out there right now, you're going to probably catch 20, 30 fish a day. But you're going to kind of set your ceiling at, I mean, if you had a great day down there right now, you'd probably catch about 17. And that would be a phenomenal day. Whereas these guys who are running up the river, they might not be catching quite as many. But the size is just better. You just tell they're just a healthier fish, and that's why they're able to get up to that 18, 19 pounds. That's one thing that surprised me that they haven't found. And the second thing is, and I'll be curious to see if anybody figures it out, today's the first day that they quit dropping the lake. And a lot of these guys, like Bryce and Tripp, they're catching them shallow. But what happens, soon as that water stops falling, them fish are going to start to pull out. It's like the current almost holds them close to the bank and makes them feed on crawfish. So it'll be interesting to see if them bass are going to pull out like I think they're going to. Are they going to follow them out? And then there's one X factor that the elk in the Watauga River, we saw Andrew Blanton fishing shallow in there a little bit. We saw Garrett fishing there a little bit shallow. There is a big group of largemouth in there right now in both of those rivers. It's only about probably a 300-yard stretch of both those rivers. There's a big group of largemouth that's out in the middle feeding on shad. If anybody finds those, the potential for 20 to 23 pounds goes way up. So it'll be interesting to see. But no, these guys are doing great. Right now, it's super hard to catch north of 15, 16 pounds. And the fact that we've already seen 3 or 4 bags over that just is, you know, a testament to how good these guys are.
Cole, we've seen a huge portion of our field, or most of our field all day long, be from the bridge to, I don't know, I would say 2 or 3 miles, 4 miles up the east portion of the lake. But we've seen Garrett Smith, who's the only guy right now in our top 4, predominantly fishing shallow, flipping and doing buzzbait and topwater. He has been all the way at the dam, and now he is at the far east portion going up the river. Are those far extremes, all the way down to the dam and all the way up the river, are those places that can work for a guy like Garrett that's just running and gunning, or is it really weather-based because we've had low skies the last 2 days?
Absolutely. I think Garrett's trying to hit a home run right now. Down by the dam, there's not as many largemouth, but the ones that live down there are big. I mean, there's 7, 8, 9 pounders down there. I mean, and if one of the anglers catches one like that, you see a lot of them in the winter more and the spring more, but I mean, he's doing what you need to do to just catch one of those unicorns. And then absolutely him running to the way, east corners up Roans Creek, up the Watauga and Elk River. He's really just trying to hit one of them home runs. And, this tournament, it's all about winning it. And, it's going to change some young man's life, and this is one of them tournaments you got to put everything out there. So I love what he's doing. We got the weather for it today. I don't know if you can tell, super misty behind us. It's a little bit cooler, and just a beautiful fall day where they really should eat a buzzbait and a plopper.
Awesome. Well, Cole, we may just lay out and let you commentate the whole tournament when we come back from break, but we appreciate your insight. Thank you for taking Austin out there to get the on-the-water coverage, and we hope to check in with you maybe a little bit later, or maybe some guys will fish in the region that you're in with good service. But Cole Sands, Elite Series Pro and a guide on Watauga. If you want to know more about that place, why don't you just book some time with him? There's beautiful scenery at Watauga and great fishing as well. We'll be right back. Just a few minutes time here at the College Classic Bracket. Great insight from Cole Sands, former college champion, Bryan College, now Elite Series Pro. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket, Watauga Lake in Carter County, Tennessee. Just got to have a great conversation with Cole Sands, Elite Series Pro. He's our camera boat out there with Austin this week, getting photos and updates from our bracket anglers. We've got 4 anglers remaining. We had 8 anglers yesterday and on Friday. Their cumulative weights were stacked up against each other in the top 4 advance, broken down into now 2 matchups. Number 1 seed, Trip Berlinsky, has a limit with 13-6. Currently, Garrett Smith, his opponent, number 4 seed, the national champ, back-to-back, 2 fish for 5 pounds. Meanwhile, the 2-3 matchup, Bryce DeMauro from UNA and Ben Burns from SFA, 2 fish, 5.5, 1 fish, 3 pounds for DeMauro versus Burns. Pretty competitive matchups so far. They've had their moments. Service has been difficult if you're joining us on seeing those fish catches, but those low clouds aren't doing us any favors. Maybe that sun that Garrett was talking about is supposed to pop out today.
Of course, that's the cast that one bites. Is it's a cast that my line's all jacked up.
Oh. Looks like Ben is pushing out towards the middle of the back of this creek channel he's in, out off the bank a ways, chasing some of those pelagic fish out there, roaming on bait. Cole said they're eating alewives, that, those fish kind of act similar to a blueback herring, so that makes sense why they're casting so much. These fish are moving around like crazy.
Definitely flatter banks as well. Like, there is some grade to it there, but we've seen some portions of this lake that are much flatter than places that, unlike Bryce and Trip, are fishing. Should definitely have some more verticality to them.
Did you find it interesting that Cole said that they stopped pulling water and that the fish will pull out from the shoreline? These guys may have to do some adjustments.
Yeah, that was interesting. Just from being an angler, you'd think, if the water was falling, maybe they would already have pulled out. So it's interesting that, what he's saying makes sense, is that water falls down, those bait fish, like the bait, like the fish are eating, like the crawfish, stuff like that, are having to move from their habitat. That as the water's falling, it's pulling them off the bank, so they're moving a lot. So that, that also makes sense why the fish would be up there feasting on those crawfish as they're moving from rock to rock and stuff like that. So as it starts to stabilize, I think we're going to definitely see some things change. But he's absolutely right. Seeing those fish up shallow on your electronics is one of the most difficult things to do with them currently. Ben Burns hooked up.
Broke my line.
That's nice there's no stripers there, though. Makes it pretty easy.
I didn't care about the fish. I didn't want him to lose my jig head. He can go right back in the lake. He's about 13 inches, I bet you. Yep. Man, he's got some garbage all over my big head.
Trying to burn off.
Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of feel that sun coming through a little bit.
Yeah. It is supposed to be sunny later.
That's what I saw. Should be good. I don't know.
But tomorrow might be a different story.
I hadn't gotten that far yet.
Storm that's off the coast may make its way up through this area. May come inland a little bit.
I bet that might scare the locals.
Yeah. People around here are pretty skittish when a storm comes inland.
I bet. I don't blame them. That's crazy.
We were in the remnants of that storm shooting the college bracket.
Really?
We were in Tennessee. We were at
Tibbs Ford, right?
Ford, yeah. And it didn't rain hard all 3 days, but it was just that spitty kind of just annoying.
Yeah.
And it just never let up.
Yeah, that's what.
Those low clouds too, they can really affect the visibility. It looks like the water clarity is pretty good, but with those low clouds, that low light conditions, sometimes you really have to get your bait right in front of the fish to get them to see it. So I think, when the sun comes out, these guys, they're making good casts, but maybe not getting the bait just right on the fish. The fish is going to see the bait from a lot further away and typically come and eat it better. So I think the sun this afternoon could make some interesting things happen.
And I'm just going to say it's going to help our cell service. I'm telling you, low clouds, it doesn't, short people in low clouds don't help with camera live service, I can tell you that.
Being up mountains doesn't help either. Some pretty mountains right here. This lake is between like two ranges.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty high elevation, which
2,000 feet. It's the highest TVA lake, 2,000 above sea level.
That probably definitely helps with it being this time of year. It doesn't get as hot up there, and that got that cool mountain runoff coming in, keeps the water temperature down a little bit more than maybe some of the other places. Probably helps a lot with it, turning over and stuff like that.
Now you wonder how Tripp's feeling with having more than 13 pounds already today. I'm sure he wants to upgrade to get to 16, 17 to feel real comfortable or more comfortable.
Yeah, it's difficult to know because Tripp knows that you could catch 15 pounds and get beat by somebody here. He knows that Garrett has the potential to catch 18 pounds. That's what he caught day one. But then he also knows that it could be tougher for Garrett. He catches 18 and then he catches 11. that it could fall off. But 15 pounds a day, we weren't far off. It did hold true. 15 pounds was the cut weight on day one. We finished with 29 and a half, almost 30 pounds. So it stayed pretty true there for the projected cut weight. And so I don't think that Tripp is going to be satisfied until he gets at least 15 pounds, knowing that that's what, was the norm. Meanwhile, Ben Burns and Bryce tomorrow, Bryce can feel the same way. Ben has caught 2 15-pound bags. Even though he's the 3 seed, he's been the most consistent. Bryce has had that 12-pound day and that 18-pound day, and just ounces ahead of Ben Burns.
I thought you were going to say Tripp needed to get feeling really comfortable, do better than what Garrett Smith did, 17-12 on day
of
one.
Course,
That
yes.
He wants 18 plus.
Yes, and if Tripp is able to do that, catch 20 pounds day one, then go to different water and catch 16 pounds yesterday. If he was able to go and catch 18 plus today, I don't think there's any way anyone in the world other than family members of any other angler that would pick someone else going into the final day. Like, Tripp would be by far the heavy favorite,
Well, with him starting so fast and having good weights and then being able to practice and look around a lot more, he earned that number 1 seed, and be hard to pick against him is right.
What's key, and Logan, you might not know this, his 2 days of practice, he only got one in a few hours because of some battery troubles on day 2. Tripp did. So Tripp actually is catching up to the rest of these anglers' practice time, but he's able to do it in the moment of the tournament versus hoping your 2 days of practice a couple days ago help. He's able to practice, but he lost a lot of practice time relatively. He lost 50% of his practice time.
Yeah, and that may be something that's actually helping him instead of hurting him. Sometimes you think, he didn't have as much time to put in out there and you don't have as many places to run. But a good friend of mine, Todd Hollowell, once told me that, day one of the tournament is just the next day of practice. And you kind of have to treat each event like that and kind of go with what you found in practice, but also not be afraid to keep practicing and keep finding new water. So there's a good chance that that's helping him. I often find my best events are events that I end up doing something completely different in the tournament than what I intended to do after practice.
I've heard people say they don't want to know too much about the lake and fish the moment. Fish the conditions in front of you.
So I kind of, with the shorter practice time, the guys who are using their electronics to catch fish and finding groups of fish to do that with is a positive, because you can always adjust and go flip a laydown. You can see those laydowns, you know where those trees are in those stretches. You don't always know where those groups of fish are offshore. So we look at our 2 matchups, the 1 and 4 matchup, Berlinsky and Smith. You see Berlinsky in charge of that matchup. Meanwhile, we still have plenty of work to be done between the 2-3 matchup of DeMauro and Burns. 2 fish and 1 fish for the 2-3 matchup. Watauga Lake, semifinal Sunday. Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Luz here at Watauga Lake, Northeast Tennessee. If you don't know where Watauga Lake is, Carter County, Tennessee, it's just south of Bristol, just east of Johnson City, and if you're a North Carolinian, just slightly west of Boone. Watauga Lake, one of those Appalachian Mountain TVA fisheries that ends up, Suits, you said, flowing down to our classic waters.
Yeah. Goes into this.
I don't think you can lock
the
through,
South
but it
Holston, the
flows down
Holston
there.
meets up down there and gets in the Tennessee River.
Bryce DeMauro versus Ben Burns, the 2-3 matchup, North Alabama, Stephen F. Austin.
That's cool. I didn't realize this was a TVA lake.
Yeah, I was talking about it yesterday, how when I started fishing Lake Chattooga and some of the mountain lakes in North Carolina, you realize how many of these lakes are managed by the TVA. And I was like, we're not even in Tennessee. And then I was like, well, Wheeler and Pickwick, all of them aren't either. But I was like, that's the Tennessee River. And so it is so many mountain lakes that funnel into
a lot of water coming off
Tennessee managed fisheries.
It is also a Bill Dance signature lake in our highest elevated TVA lake at 2,000 feet above sea level.
Really? Bryce tomorrow, our big mover, day one had 12 pounds. Yesterday had 18 plus pounds to jump up from 7th in the overall standings to 2nd.
Biggest fish we've seen of the week, Ronnie. He's caught it.
What did it ended up weighing?
It was a 5.5.
It was a 5.5. Like, you know, I mean, just because they weigh it and say it on Bass Live, Logan, you guys know what you say when you're looking at the, you know, you're looking at the scale. It might be different than what you say, but Bryce tomorrow, catching fish yesterday. Started catching some spotted bass. This is the first indication we got. Started catching spotted bass where he said smallmouth were yesterday. You can see he's definitely a little bit more off the bank in open water, off of the point there. And then as he makes his way towards the straight line bank that he's been fishing all week, started getting more smallmouth involved. And then a game changer stretch where he caught a couple key largemouth. This is a 5.5 pounder, the biggest fish of the bracket so far. Huge reason that he could jump up and make that move yesterday. That is one that you cannot take for granted.
Yeah, he was behind the 8 ball, standing in 7th place and facing elimination, come up with a big day like that to, you know, jump into 2nd place.
Wes Miller, our meteorologist there with the drone, being able to show us that the clouds are burning off in some areas of Watauga Lake in the immediate vicinity, but they're still looming over certain parts of the lake. I'm interested to see not just if it helps benefit our coverage camera-wise, but if it changes the fishing. Maybe it's actually gonna, we've had 2 days now consistently of overcast and rainy conditions. You get a bright sun after a foggy morning, it could get those offshore fish acting differently and those shallow fish maybe reacting.
Well, it's been pretty slow. Caught a couple spotted bass and a decent little smallmouth, so that's a pretty good start. But I'm really gonna run what's done me well so far the last 2 days, and then I'm gonna start exploring, trying to find some new stuff. If I wanna have a chance to make it further, I gotta find some bigger fish. Because they're starting to catch pretty big bags, and what I've been doing, I think is going to kind of cap out at about 15 pounds, but that might be enough. So I got a whole bunch of fish on it right now. In fact, one of these should eat. Oh. Oh. There's about 8 smallmouth following it, but that's sort of the plan, is just to see what I've been doing, see what I can get, and then if I think I need to start trying some new stuff. I had that lay down yesterday that I caught those 2 good fish out of, and I hadn't run that very much, so at some point I'm just gonna start running some lay downs with a Nico rig and a glide bait just to see what will come out, because that's where pretty much every big largemouth I've seen has been out of those. So that's the plan. I like everybody watching. It hopefully will be a fun day. Oh gosh, I messed them up by not getting one to eat that first cast, and now they're just gonna sit there and look at me. I mean, there's like 6 or 7 down there that are on it. Come on. That is ridiculous.
It can be so frustrating. It seems like you give those fish one good look at your bait, and if you don't execute on that first cast, it's...
I'm still amazed that there can be that many fish behind your bait that...
They get all funky.
They aren't willing to eat it.
Cole Sand Scouting report, he was telling me that you better make hay fast, because after 1 or 2, the fish get smart.
Yeah, I got one good one in there that at least I'd rather have one that I'd be pretty happy weighing at the end of the day than a few little ones. So that's good, because I'm gonna need a good bag today. I know that. group there. There was a group going this way. Two groups combined, and now there's a bunch of them. And they're changing directions. But I'm landing right on them. Come on.
It's an underrated aspect of this style of fishing, Logan, is when you do have multiple fish or groups of fish, like you said, converging, all you need is one to show interest, and then their competitive juices flow, and if you can get then 2 or 3 chasing after it, you could not only catch one, but you could have your whole limit there immediately. And then 10 minutes later, you're like, what just happened? I've gone through them. Trip Berlinsky, our day 1 and 2 leader, leading his matchup right now as well.
Got a call.
Making a call on a shallow smallmouth.
If you want to talk about a perfect hook, I mean, that's how they've all been hooked this morning. He's skinny, but we got a 150 in the well, so that's an easy call. Shoot, I mean, he's still a decent fish. $14.96 this morning. Smallmouth, still the key.
He's feeling it right now. Already up to 15 pounds.
One big one. Oh wait, what number was that? Crap. I believe that was number 1.
Definitely seeing a different caliber of fish. Cole, obviously I expect him to be spot on, but what he said about those 10-foot and less fish, whether they're largemouth or smallmouth, they have been more full up and solid fish, whereas the smallmouth we've seen from guys like Zach Helton yesterday and Blake Wheat out in the middle that were mixing with spotted bass, they were all just, I mean, you catch 50 1 to 2 pounders, but we haven't seen a 2-pounder get caught near Berlinsky for the most part, other than the one he's about to cull out. They've all been solid smallmouth and the opportunity for a kicker largemouth in the same general
Yeah, Helton kept catching them yesterday, but they're all, you know, the under 2 pounders.
Yeah, for it to be this early and he's, you know, touching 15 pounds, got one, you know, nice 4+ pounder in there, you know, he's definitely thinking he's probably one more good bite away from, you know, moving on, and you know, he's definitely probably feeling pretty confident right now, I'd say.
He wants to cull maybe 1 or 2 more times, get up where he can. What do you think a comfortable weight would be for him to say, all right, I'm going to go look for some finale fish for tomorrow?
Shoot, anything can happen.
18?
I would say he'd probably want, you know, another 19+ pounds, you know, because I mean,
keep going.
Yeah.
All day, keep going. You gotta.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it time and time again. Zach Parker, Lake Chateau, best angler day 1, best angler day 2, wins his matchup, and then it just gets beat in the final day. So you can never take your foot off the gas. Had great weights every single day. Any one of these 4 anglers can jump up and have a 16 to 20 pound day. And if you're not catching them at Watauga Lake, you could do some backflips, you could do some wakeboarding. It's not my style, you know, I like to keep all my bones together, but saw some fun action on Watauga, whether you're fishing or wakeboarding yesterday. Don't wipe out. We'll be back.
He's down.
'25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee, and our college bracket is presented by Lew's. What a special time in the sport of college fishing. If you're not a part of the College Fishing Series, maybe you were too old to be a part of it back then, this is the week that anglers dream about, the opportunity to maybe make the Bassmaster Classic, represent your peers on a national level at the Opens. We see our final four, the semifinal brackets. 1 versus 4, Trip Berlinsky just called up a pound. He's got a limit and 14.5 pounds to his credit. Garrett Smith, his foe, only has 2 fish right now for 5 pounds. Off to a decent start. You know, if you replicate that, he's going to get up to around a 12.5, 13-pound bag for his initial limit. But he still has work to be done, while Ben Burns and Ben Burns and Bryce DeMauro. That's why, you know, fishing families are good. But Logan, it gets confusing when they're close in age. Bryce DeMauro, Ben Burns going head-to-head. 2 fish for DeMauro, 5.5 pounds. Ben Burns, a 3-pounder to his credit. And like he said just a couple minutes ago, I'd rather have that 3-pounder than a couple 1-pounders to just feel good about having closer to a limit. No, I have one I know that I don't mind weighing in.
Pretty empty around here. No. Man, I did when we first pulled up there. There's some right there. Ooh. They're just being crazy over there.
And those fish are swimming fast like that too, chasing those alewives. It can be so difficult to hit them. You know, it's one of the most, I think, slept on parts of the game when it comes to using your electronics is you have to see the fish, but then you have to cast where they're headed and lead them. Almost like you're trying to lead a deer running ahead of you in the green field, you know, way out, way away from you, and kind of expect where he's going to be. It's really tricky and takes thousands of hours to really get dialed in with it.
And then you have I want it to be an 1/8 or a 3/16 ounce jig head because of the action that I can do with my bait, but yet it doesn't sink as fast, and so do I go heavier, and like Cole said, sometimes he throws a 3/4 ounce or an ounce just to get it to him quick enough, and hopefully the drop is the reaction you need, not the bait moving and whatnot once you get to him. We were talking about that with Bo Browning yesterday. He's like, honestly, when they're sitting still, people are like, I love casting at those. I don't know if I'm casting at their head or their tail. Like, you don't know which way when they're actively heading in a direction, you can project where they're going, like you said.
And too, you know, sometimes you'll see they're swimming straight away from you or straight at you. They because they're turned vertically at you, it becomes almost difficult to see them. So seeing them when they're far away from the boat coming at you before they get too close, or just, you know, noticing them as they're swimming away and being able to realize, oh, there's a fish over there, that can be pretty tricky too when you're looking 100 feet away.
A 1.5 pounder turned sideways looks bigger than a 3-pounder swimming away from you, and you might not even cast at it. You know, some days you just, oh, that's a tiny one.
Yeah, I like to call them ghosts, because you think you see something, then you're like, where did it go? And you keep looking back and forth, and then finally it kind of faintly appears, and you're like, oh, he's swimming right away from me, looking at his tail.
I'm impressed at times with the foot pedal control of guys looking for fish, because at times I just want to get down on my knees and use your hand, and you're like, wait, where was that fish? Let me just turn that thing to be as accurate as possible.
Whenever Elon develops that Neuralink, I'm signing up for one so I can just control it with my mind.
I would love to see if you control it when we ask you a question like, hey, can we give us an update? And then your trolling motor's going left and right, you know, your brain's all over the place.
Just threw a image of a sci-fi movie, and with that idea of all of a sudden you got your link in there, and you can just see underwater and see where the fish are and where they're swimming, and as your bait gets in there and intercepts the fish on its path.
I know Ed Loughran played with the Garmin glasses for a little while. I wonder what that was like. I'll have to ask him what it was like looking at your screen with your sunglasses. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty, maybe? Nope. Pretty bare around here. There's 2 of them.
Heard Ben say earlier, you know, he's already contemplating, you know, I'm gonna have to go run some new areas, and I wonder if, you know, it's not really working out how he hoped so far this morning. He's already thinking about running some new water.
Yeah, and he also talked about, you know, he threw a glide bait on day 1, had that 4.5 pounder chase it but not bite it, and so day 2 he catches it on a Nico rig. If you might mix in a glide bait, we heard Bryce tomorrow talking about the clutch baby boss that he had hopefully not lost in that brush pile and stuff, and so it's a glide bait, or you have to go flip a jig or throw top water like Garrett Smith's been doing.
Go like right over there and get out of here.
I'm really,
it's looking,
wish we could see up the creeks to see how much they dirtied up from the rain yesterday. It rained for a significant amount of time.
It's been kind of like this yesterday. The first day it really wasn't, but they just, in practice they bit. And I think it's just, we had 3 guys fishing the same stretch, doing the same thing, and now every one of these things have seen pretty much the same bait, or seen one of their buddies get taken away by the same bait. So
It's talking about the pressure already affecting the fish.
Oh, it came off. But we still on it. Oh my God, that would have been incredible.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to have any type of elite event here if we're doing an 8-person tournament for 2 days.
Be better if you stayed on next
time.
time.
How big is the total body of water, acreage-wise? Do we know?
I think he said
6,500.
6,500 acres.
So I'll keep
So
cruising.
it was about 15 minutes from end to end.
Pretty small.
Yeah.
Could be one of those fun deals where we just have the top 10 move there. You know?
Yeah, or you could do a pro-am.
Not big, but
that's what's cool about this event, though. You can really take it to some pretty unique places.
For sure.
Alabama River, when we fished when I was there, that was a cool venue.
We went to Milford Lake a few times in Kansas. We've done Tim's Ford last year, Watauga Lake this year. It used to be on the same fishery that you had the championship on. So I remember the years that we did some strategy, Logan. We had me and...
Lake has really got him, though.
I'm going to let Ben finish his thought.
I think we kind of just hit it at an interesting time.
When we fished the championships at Chautauqua, we actually practiced in 2 separate boats, me and Mike Corbishley, and we found double the stuff, so that if we made the bracket, we'd have stuff to fish, you know, a few days after the championship when we separated. And in the tournament, we fished a lot of his stuff, and we almost made the bracket, and I was juiced up because I knew we hadn't hit my stuff as hard for the bracket. We might be able to get to the bracket and have some spots.
So you'd have an advantage.
Yeah, no, I would have shared a couple stuff, but you know.
Always about me.
I had gone to the far extremes of the lake, and we stayed all in the same general region.
Interesting seeing Ben talk about the timing too. You know, maybe we hit it at a different time. He's talking about he's fished through that area, obviously the first 2 days, and that's one thing that I still am trying to kind of dial in myself is this timing. It really seems to be crucial. It's no different than finding a ledge that the fish are actively feeding on. You know, like in the old days, you pull up on Tennessee River School and you hit it at the right time, or like what we saw Tucker doing at Fork this year. You know, hitting those big schools of offshore fish at the right time, they start biting. The fish that are swimming around the creek channel are no different. Certain times they're swimming around, then they just kind of disappear for a little while. So it's key to be in the right place at the right time.
Watauga Lake, if that's a live drone shot, the sun is peeking through.
Some interesting water clarity there too.
Yeah, got some
to get sunny and warm up.
Mixtures here. More to come, Watauga Lake. Striking Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Things are looking up. Got to talk to Cole Sands. Got to see some fish catches. We've got some anglers adding to their totals. Look at Trip Berlinsky.
Yep.
Don't blink, he might cull. Goes from 13.5 to 14.5, now at 15.6. That's 2 upgrades over the last 20 minutes, basically a pound a piece. That man has been unstoppable this week. Even on his practice days, AKA yesterday, he's catching 15 to 16 pounds. Great weights for late September, like we're talking about with Cole Sands. Like the weights, sure, a lot of lakes fish better in maybe February or April, but for late September on a lake that's getting drawn down actively, stopped getting drawn down yesterday, 15 plus pounds for as many anglers as we've seen do that has been impressive.
Berlinsky's been on a tear this week. Garrett Smith from Landers up against it, but of course he's in the far corner where there's no signal at all, so his fish catches take a little while to get to us, so he may have a little bit more, but we haven't heard yet.
Looks like Ben's presented his bait to quite a few groups of fish that just aren't willing to commit so far this morning. It can be so frustrating. You're doing this and you're in this high pressure scenario and you're around potentially the fish that, you know, can get you the next day and just can't get them to bite. It's they don't just jump in the boat like some people say they do.
Who are those people?
Just the FFS haters.
I'm just kidding.
Ronnie put me on the spot this morning.
You know, I was just I saw the door was cracked, so I just kicked it in.
Change the topic. You fish with a partner all year long. How many events, you know, this is probably the only one where you're put in separate boats and said, go after it, son.
Yeah.
What's that like? I mean,
it's tough, man. It's
get kind of late.
It's tough to compete against, you know, your partner.
Yeah, there we go. Can't hurt, can it? Can't be too much worse. But I'm not worried about it. I can start worrying about it once the tournament's over. Until then, just gotta keep fishing. Fish down this whole bank, I guess, and then I'll probably just bounce around, see if we can get something else going. Try this again in the afternoon. Oh, there we go. Not a giant group, but 4 of them.
Seems like the bigger the group too, the more, you know, they get competitive over your bait and better chance you have to catch one a lot of times.
Been seeing enough. I just really haven't bit or stayed hook. I've actually had, I mean, I've had a few hooked that just pull off after 5 or 6 cranks, but I'm not too worried about losing them. This part of it, well, there's more again. There's another group of them. This group's a little bigger. Made a better cast too. Come on, swim, keep swimming. Yeah, this group's acting better. They're about to eat a bunch of bait. A lot of times when they're about to eat that bait, they'll sit still for a second and just sit under it, and you can kind of see he might do it. Come on. Right there. He had it. I'm about to go chase him down, but they're gonna have to reset up anyways. There they are.
Logan, Bo Browning was remarking about the color of the water. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, it looks really green.
Done a lot of my damage right in this area.
It's definitely a
Got a
unique
group of
color.
about, it looks like probably 10 of them in there. Going pretty quick. They're going the right angle now. It makes them easier to hit. Just boy, are they deep. I mean, they're going a little shallower, but most of these fish have been in probably 40 foot this week. There we go. We had it. Come on.
Almost exactly what Cole Sands was saying. Seems to be on that similar.
Tuesday and Wednesday during practice. One of those would have bit no doubt, even first day of the tournament. But if I can just get 2 or 3 more, and then I can go try to get something else going, catch a largemouth or find another area. Just hadn't really caught him doing it anywhere but right in here in that one other bend. Come on. Yeah, these guys have been throwing it too much. Just a few more of them. Oh, there's a good group. Let's see if we can.
Seeing a lot of fish right here.
It's hard to stay away from them, but if you don't, they don't. It's another sign that they're. There we go. Those should bite. Of course, I just barely missed. One of them followed it, but. Close, just not close enough. Right there. That should be pretty good, yeah.
Must be throwing a pretty heavy head.
Just uninterested as could be.
you were saying earlier, like, you know, what it's like to fish kind of solo. This is, you know, a lot of guys first time doing that. But like I was saying earlier, these college guys, the mentality I think is changing. You're starting to see these college guys fishing these Opens and Toyota Series events and, you know, all these solo events on top of the college schedules that I feel like you didn't previously see a lot of. So I think a lot of these guys are pretty comfortable doing it all alone these days, which is it's good to see. You know, they're very well prepared.
I remember years ago that a partner, he didn't run the boat, so the first time out and making it with his teammate, he was a little intimidated and at a disadvantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I told you not to bring that up. That was what Logan said in 2021.
Shh, quiet.
That was supposed to be our secret.
But I said, yeah, that's what we talked about with Bo yesterday, the transformation where we used to have 4 teams make the bracket. Oh. Bryce tomorrow's hooked up.
Pretty close.
Let's measure.
I like the weigh-in now. A little bit more suspense.
He's not gonna measure.
When I fished, it was a catch, weigh, release, and you kind of just knew when you checked in.
Yeah. Not a keeper for Bryce tomorrow. We were talking about, though, how the 4 teams break up into 8 individuals, and we used to provide boats, and that's still the case. There's opportunity for it. But now, how you see 8 personal boats. You're now having, instead of, let's get into college fishing, I got a guy who has a boat, and I go with him. No, you both are boaters in your own mind and own right. You combine to be a unit and a team, and it is a dangerous team, no doubt about it. Bryce tomorrow, not a keeper, but some sort of action from the 2-3 matchup. 2 fish for 5.5 pounds versus Ben Burns, 1 fish for $2.15. We'll be back from Watauga Lake with more action when we return. Biggest week in the life of a college angler, the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket taking place at Watauga Lake this week. 6,500 acres, 10 minutes from end to end basically, 10 feet low after the early drawdown portion, but full of spotted bass, smallmouth, and largemouth, and we've seen that this week. And here's our tightest matchup of the day so far. We've got the 1 versus 4 seed on the other side of the bracket, and this is the 2 versus 3 matchup. Bryce tomorrow on your right, the 2 seed, versus Ben Burns, the 3 seed. Just ounces apart starting the day. We've reset the weights, and Bryce tomorrow's hooked up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please, stay on. Please stay on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's go. That's a good one. Ooh. We're not getting many bites this morning, but the ones that we're getting are good ones, and I'll take that.
Big smallmouth there for him.
Let's see what she weighs. Three-pounder. That one was going a little bit crazy at the boat. I don't know if you was able to get all on camera, but it's going wild up the boat. That's number 3. We got a good average going. We just gotta put 2 more in the boat now. 2 more decent ones in the boat. Whew, let's go. That was big. That was a good one.
one were you able to get all those acrobatics on camera?
Oh yeah.
That was crazy. That's the craziest one I've had yet. I had a couple like that yesterday, but not nearly doing all that.
Yeah, that was epic.
He said, hey, you've got live service. We're going to put on a show.
Very good jumpers.
I like it. It can be such a nerve-wracking moment there when you're in that seat, you know,
no doubt about,
trying to
no doubt
grab it,
about
and
it.
it just does not want to cooperate. It's jumping like that.
Let's see if Ben Burns can respond.
Bryce tomorrow now with 2 smallmouth and 1 largemouth in his 3 fish as of right now. Ben Burns doing a little bit of zigzagging Logan. It's the one thing we talked about at St. Clair. The young angler movement, we have a lot more opportunities for young anglers to thrive and do well. It's not just that there's only 6 or 7 young anglers and they all do well. It's that the Elite Series field has gotten younger and younger on average the last couple of years. But when we were watching St. Clair and the young guys, how they're, not the work ethic, but how they stayed on the trolling motor, even with 23, 24 pounds, actively searching the entire day. No breaks, no waters, no drink, like just continuously looking for the next fish. You end up finding a lot more fish and a lot more spots than you probably expected to when you do that, you know, even if you're pre-fishing for the next day. And it's incredible how these guys just continue to search and search and not just say, oh, I'm not seeing them on my main area.
Yeah, 100%. You know, covering water is the name of the game. Getting your bait in front of fish and finding as many as you can. It's absolutely crucial. So I mean, if you cover twice as much water as the competitor, you know, you have double the chance to run into the right quality fish. So it's kind of...
Yeah, it's been a little tough. I think most of my stuff's been pretty hit pretty hard this week by me and a few other boats. We've all been doing kind of the same thing, and at this point, I think I'm the only one who's left. But I really didn't know how much the pressure was going to affect them because they're just out here swimming. But I think most of them have seen a bait at this point because they're getting pretty shy. Where at the beginning of the week it was pretty easy just to, if you hit them, they were going to eat it. And now it's not that I haven't thrown it any today. I've thrown it a lot. They just haven't been willing to do it. So I'm going to have to make some adjustments here in a little bit. I'm just doing my whole stretch and seeing if I can maybe pick off one or two and then go try to catch some bigger ones. But right now it's looking like I'm just going to have to figure out how to go catch a couple keepers or good fish, I guess. But we'll see what happens. I'm still feeling pretty good. I got a lot of time, so it should all work out, but just got to stick with it. I felt like this was coming. I kind of noticed it yesterday afternoon. Yesterday morning it was still pretty good, but yesterday afternoon it got tough and it was weird. I kept catching largemouth, which I haven't been. I think it's just maybe the smallmouth have mainly shut off. And whenever I happen to hit a largemouth, they eat. So, like I weighed in 3 largemouth yesterday. I hadn't hardly caught but 2 or 3 all week until then. So here in a little bit, I'm gonna go try some laydowns and that kind of thing that I found that one, but I did quite a bit of that in practice and never really found a consistent laydown bite, but they're few and far between. But I guess that one yesterday had some pretty good ones in it. So if I can just find something like that, and it doesn't take long to catch them when they're there, so. This next little drain right over here, there was a bunch of fish in yesterday, but I'm gonna work to that and then try something else. Maybe the sun will help. Looks like the sun's starting to come through.
Looks like Bryce is targeting a lot more structure and, little sticks off the bank, things like that.
Ben's now made it from his around the corner, up the creek area, right there in front of the bridge. We started to see this pay off for not only Ben yesterday, but Zach Helton. This was where he caught this general region
number of
distance-wise from the bridge. He caught a couple of his best fish of the day.
Logan Parks, you're 3.5 hours into your day. You're on one fish. What do you do?
I feel like Ben's at that point in the day that I often find myself in where, what I wanted to do is not working. And a lot of times, I've been taking notes every tournament this year of what I wish I could go back and do. And it's like, I should have changed sooner. I knew I should have changed and I didn't. I tried to force it for a few more hours. And, he's mentioned twice now, I need to go fish some laydowns, but in his mind, he's still thinking about how he's caught his fish the past 2 days. So it's curious to see if it pays off, if he sticks with what he's doing, or if he burns a couple more hours before changing things up.
What goes in an angler's mind then in that process of, okay, they bit like this yesterday, maybe it's just not time for them to eat yet today, or?
It's just, I don't know how else to describe it besides it's just a gut feeling you start to get. It kind of creeps in on you. You're like, this isn't working and I need to do something different. But like, if I just fish to that next point, there'll be some fish, that bridge right up there. It's just the right over there syndrome. You like, oh, I got to fish that next spot, and then it doesn't pay off.
Well, you never know if you abandon it too soon either, though, do you?
Well, I'll say this, is that we've had the same weather all morning, and he's done the same thing. Before we get that sun, you got to go try the opposite deal than what you're doing to see if that's been on fire. You don't want to be missing the mark. If the sun comes back out, switch back to what you're doing and see if it doesn't uptake.
Leave it all honest, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Fish shallow when it's cloudy, fish deep when it's cloudy, see which one's best, and then you have a game plan for tomorrow if you're able to make it there. Because 4 anglers fished today, and only 2 will advance the championship Monday. Striking Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket, Watauga Lake, Northeast Tennessee. It's our bracket matchups. That third keeper for Bryce DeMauro puts him to 8.5 pounds, extending his lead over Ben Burns in the 2-3 matchup. UNA on top in that bracket. On the other side of the bracket, Trip Berlinsky has been upgrading significantly. Had a 13.5 pound limit initially, cold up to 14.5, now at 15.6. He is beating Garrett Smith, who has 2 for 5 currently, waiting to get updates from him. He has gone, I think he went to Narnia, Such. He went all the way up the river and to another portal, but we have not heard from him. He does have 2 keepers up there the last I heard, and ideally we will get an update from them soon. Maybe these clouds will lift and we'll get some pictures. We did see him catch a 2.5 to 3 pounder there yesterday. So
Ben Burns on the move.
And yeah, Ben looks like he's headed, if he's still at the bridge, he's maybe working his way closer to it. It might be south of the bridge now as we go back out to Bryce DeMauro. 3 fish in the boat for him.
A little sunnier there.
8.5 pounds. It is getting a little brighter.
Did not help the signal, Ronnie.
I will say, you know, we've had okay service with Bryce compared to everyone else. We've had okay service with Ben. We're seeing, look at this, we're seeing Trip Berlinsky. Berlinsky knows he's probably one more solid cull.
He's got to be feeling really good, though. Everything's gone to plan. He goes out on day one, catches almost 20 pounds, gets a fish on his first cast next day, and he gets to practice some on that day one. Find some more fish on a day two. He didn't go to anywhere where he caught his day one fish.
I mean, Such, he
catches another 16 pounds, Ronnie, for first cast. He catches a fish, and today it's up to 15 pounds, and he's got to be feeling really good.
He caught 2 or 3 fish, changed areas, caught his 4th keeper, and said, I'm getting out of here. He didn't even have a limit yesterday, Logan. He had 4 fish, said, I'm getting out of this new area. I'm not even going to pressure it anymore. Went to another area, catches his 5th fish. And so even the areas that he was using to avoid his main area, he was barely pressuring those areas, just catching a fish here or there, getting out of there. Really has managed this tournament. I said it yesterday, not that we fish immaturely and not that anyone else is, but Tripp is fishing a very mature tournament. He is not just running to where he caught 20 pounds. He's not just resting on what happened yesterday. He's really exploring some different parts of the lake and keeping a lot of things in play, and that is hard to do when catching fish in a high pressure situation is the goal.
Well, and catching that big bag day one and jumping out in front.
Well, we got 18 pounds in the box, I believe.
It said 18.
It's been an incredible morning. I've caught 2 giant smallmouth, and really those are anchoring down my bag. I lost a big one early, like my third fish. It would have been my 3rd fish, and I lost him real early, and that kind of frustrated me a little bit. But I was glad. I'm super pumped up, really, to be able to rebound and go find 2 big ones. I'm at a loss for words. I mean, really, I didn't expect to catch a 5-pounder at all this week, and I just caught a 5-pound smallmouth, which is nuts to me. Oh,
wow.
They're gonna see a crap show, you know? So I got into him, and my drag was way too loose, so I just like kind of pumped the rod, I guess. It was way too loose though, and I went to tighten down my drag, and whenever I did so, that fish turned, and it's like he knew it, and he just decided to swim right at me and was trying to put some slack in my line, and honestly, he did a pretty good job of it. I didn't stay super tight because my hand was on the drag, and by the time I got my hand to the reel, it slipped once. And yeah, I started cranking on him though. And he started going crazy at the boat, and that was when I realized how big he was, and I started freaking out too. But yeah, I just played him easy and kind of wore him out a little bit, took him up the side and just bear hugged that thing. I was never letting him go. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, it's great. That 4-pounder, pretty much the same thing too. They go airborne crazy. I mean, these smallmouth are just so much fun. There's nothing better than this, honestly. I don't know, I left the spot where I caught them, if I'm being honest, because I got 1796, and I have 2 twos still. One's a 290 and one's a 260. So, I mean, I figured if I could just catch a couple 3 and 3.5s, I mean, it'll be really hard to beat me. I got a long stretch that should have some couple 3-pounders hanging around it, I think, just to give those a break. I think that's where my kickers are gonna come from tomorrow too. Just, I didn't see many fish at all today. I think this little little cold front and everything kind of put them in a little bit weird, just like yesterday. But I mean, if I saw a big one and I threw on it, I mean, they were interested and they really wanted to bite. I think I only had like 3 refuse me, so they want to bite, and I just gotta make sure I can catch 5 of them tomorrow. So I really didn't just want to stay there and beat on them too crazy. That 5-pounder actually called like a 1, so that was huge. Get that little dude out of the boat. No, it didn't. I lied. It called a 2. The fish before it called a 1, but still. Super pumped. Yeah, whatever. I mean, shoot, I got 18 pounds. I can't really complain right now. I'm just looking for a couple 3-pounders, like I said. Huge thank you to my mom and dad for supporting me, and yeah, my camera guy too. But yeah, huge thank you to my mom and dad for supporting me financially, you know, mentally, physically. They just do everything for me, and I can't thank them enough. I mean, my mom literally saved this tournament for me. I was having some battery issues, and well, she was like an hour and a half away, the wrong way. She was driving up from Florida, and the marine shop was like an hour and a half behind her, but being the great mom she is, she just decided to turn around and go buy me 2 lithium batteries, which y'all know how expensive them things are. They're not cheap. So, I mean, huge thank you to my parents for that. I couldn't do it without them, or anybody that supports me. All the people back home that give me text and calls and everything. It's huge, even at Florence. So yeah, I'm really pumped up. I'm just looking for a couple 3s the rest of the day. It's 10:45, so I've caught them early once again somehow. Don't really know how. I just gonna keep a solid head on my shoulders. Like I just broke off. Oh no, I didn't. He took me.
Might have been a 9-pounder.
He wants to bite still.
How Tripp's catching
Dang
them.
it, that was a big one too, boys. Dang it.
He's definitely feeling good now.
So he's got a 5, a 4.5, a 4. That's 13.5 pounds roughly, and then 2 2-pounders to be 17.5 to 18 pounds. That is, he's got the 3 biggest fish of the day.
He said 18, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said 17.96.
We got him at 15.6 on Bass Track, so we're a little low, a little bit.
Well, that big one's not in here. He said he had a 5-pounder. It's not in Bass Track yet.
He must have just caught it.
Okay.
Come on, Such. I know you and your relationship with Bass Track. You're a little.
I didn't know he
hot
just
and fiery,
caught it.
you know.
It should be accurate. It is not.
Boy, not hooked great. Pretty big though. That's what happens when you're around not pressured fish. They bite. Good one. At least for today. I know it makes it, but might as well, yeah, 16-incher. Number 2. Every day it's been slow, but it just felt a little slower today. Probably 2-pounder, I think. Yeah, 194. I'd like about 3 more just like this in a matter of 30 minutes would be great. And then go try to catch some big ones. See if I can find his 2 buddies, because
probably got some clear skies there.
Yeah, they say, you know, beggars can't be choosers. So that's what you would love to catch big ones right now, but he will settle with catching just keepers to get closer to a limit, get a limit, and then be able to go from there. That's why service is important. We don't know if they're referencing the 4.5-pounder from earlier that he's calling a 5, or if he caught an additional 5. Trip Berlinsky, either way, on fire, facing off against Garrett Smith. Meanwhile, Bryce tomorrow, 3 fish. Now Ben Burns closes that gap. He has 2 fish for 4.5. Still 2 more for a limit for Bryce and 3 more to go for Ben. We'll see who makes an upgrade, changes the leaderboard when we come back. It's the Strike King Bassmaster
honestly might be able to get that
Classic
fish to bite
bracket.
again. He still has my bait in his mouth, but hey, if he ate it once, he'd ate it again. He didn't feel the hook. I know that for a fact. Came right back to me in a split second, but I had to find him first. He was right there just a second ago. Wasn't he? That might be him. I think I see him. It's just hard to keep track of the same fish because there's so many fish. Like there's just speck and crappie, or speck and like bluegill and bait, so it's hard to keep track of what's what sometimes. I don't think I'll be able to catch him.
Can you say Trip Berlinsky is
Maybe. He's right here now.
force feeding them or hand feeding them? He's got him named out there right now as he is dominating this college classic bracket.
I don't know how I missed. Oh, yep.
Got him.
Oh, boy.
Oh, dang. He's bigger than I thought. Probably a 3-pounder. Whoa, easy there, Trippy. I know it. I'm gonna grab this one. I think. Yes, sir. Oh dang, this might be a 4, dude. I think this is a big one. Holy crap. Yeah, it is. Holy crap, it's way bigger than I thought. Nope, come here. Oh my gosh. Chip, come on. About you fell in.
Gotta love it, dude. Gotta get in the boat however you can.
She's a big one. That was one of those ones I was after. I was telling y'all about it. I just wanted me a 3 or 3.5, and I think that's exactly what this is.
He's in the zone right now.
I'm just fishing water I haven't fished to practice. It's the same stuff.
32.
335. That is gonna call a 264.
3.6 for a
3/4 pound upgrade.
2.9 or 2.10. Yeah.
Thank you, Lord. That's a stud. I almost lost him. I was trying to like dribble him in the air or something. I don't know what I was doing.
He's gonna have 20 pounds.
But got him in the boat. Thank the Lord. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I lost the one fish the whole tournament, and I mean, I think the Lord's just really looking out for me this tournament. I don't really know. I mean, I probably should have lost that fish every day of the week. Let me tell you though, these brown fish love to stink up my live wells. I haven't had live wells smell this bad ever. It smells like someone took a crap in it.
They may have.
Crap with crawfish in it. I don't know. I don't know which one. There he is.
That was scary.
Don't take my cold tab with you. Number 4. Or I guess that's, I have a 5 fish limit, but number 4 on the limit. Nope, I want to weigh you. Oh my God, there's 2 of them on me now. One just swam out of nowhere. Nope, they're not on me. Hold on, they're moving. They're doing some funky stuff. They want to bite, they're big. They're trying to hide under the boat.
Safe to say Tripp's around something right now.
Yeah, and he almost needs to get away from something.
Gosh,
right
there's freaking 2 giants behind us swimming in. Oh my gosh, where do they come from? We're surrounded right now. I just got to put a good cast on. They're just hauling butt everywhere.
So hard to hit that angle over your shoulder.
Every time I make a cast, some things move.
Ever had an event, Logan, where everything went right for you?
Every now and then. It's pretty rare,
That's
but it's
going
nice.
on with Trip Berlinsky, seems like.
Didn't you all win Saginaw?
Yes,
in college?
we did.
You guys won Saginaw, that's right. A part of your Team of the Year season.
Yeah, that was the last event for the points, and it was
Took
a nice
the
way to
lead in,
slam the
yeah.
door.
Skinny. Should keep though. God, that's a weird looking fish. See what he goes. Yeah, he's 15 inches.
Third keeper for Ben Burns.
Tell you what,
That
he's not
race
gonna
up.
weigh much.
Yeah, not the size he
number 3.
needs, but pulls even in number of fish with Bryce tomorrow.
He's gonna be like 1.5 pounds. Let's see. Yeah, not even.
Paper thin. That sucker needed a meal.
45. Number 3.
Seems like there's more
They're right
fish biting in the lake, though, right now.
Sun, baby.
We can get another one.
We've seen Bryce DeMaro's acrobatic smallmouth, 2 from Trip Berlinsky with all of those extra fish coming in and at least being active. Ben Burns has caught 2 keepers. So 3 of our 4 guys in the last 30 minutes have caught multiple fish each.
Feels a little better. Nope. I think he might be short.
When you catch him down deep like he is, he said 40 feet. So hard to tell.
He's bleeding
You hook
too.
a fish with its mouth open 40 feet deep, you're like, oh, this is a nice one. Then it comes up and it's like, dang. Then sometimes it's not, so you just never know.
I don't know if he was throwing that back.
Kind of looked like he was getting ready to throw it back, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure either.
It flopped. I don't know if it was going to throw it or if he was going to put it in the well, but we'll have to get an update if that was keeper number 4 or not. Oh, he did keep it. That is keeper number 4. I'm hearing in my ear. So 2 keepers real quick for Ben Burns. He said this just a few minutes ago, so I don't care if it's small or not. He said if I can catch 3 more and fill my limit out, I'll feel a whole lot better and I can go looking for bigger fish. And so Ben Burns now farther south, like we mentioned, below the bridge now. Still in the main drag. We saw that yesterday. A lot of guys who were poking their head in some creeks, Logan, were catching spotted bass, but as soon as they moved to the main drag, they started catching more smallmouth and got away from the spotted bass.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he's just trying to fill his limit out, you know, with some solid 2-pounders, and seems like he's got
That's
some
like a
kind of
bluegill. That thing was tiny.
largemouth deal with some laydowns up his sleeve that he's wanting to fish later this afternoon.
Yeah, we are only halfway through the day right now.
Every day, different stretch. It's had fish on it. I guess.
We start our broadcast 1 hour after takeoff, and we will end our broadcast on the last casts of the day for the semifinal portion of our College Classic bracket. 4 anglers remain. Trip Berlinsky versus Garrett Smith, Bryce DeMauro versus Ben Burns. Those 4 fighting to advance to Championship Monday, where 2 anglers will fight for a classic berth. We will return in 1 hour. The fishing is starting to get good. We're going to get those weights accurate for Trip and see who catches them during our 1 hour break. We'll see you at noon.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Tennessee plays host this week to the College Classic bracket. 4 anglers remain in the college fishing season. They go head-to-head, 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3 in bracketed competition. 2 will advance to Championship Monday for a shot in the Bassmaster Classic. These guys have a 25% chance of making the Classic right now and a 50% chance of advancing. We see adjustments aplenty definitely being made. We see now Ben Burns. We joined him near the bridge mid-lake when we went to break, but he has since landed a few fish, and moments ago Ben Burns took the lead in his matchup against Bryce DeMauro.
Solid keeper there.
Number 4, I believe. Whoa. Tripping over here.
Number 4. I guess he must have thrown that really short one close to the line back that we saw.
I shouldn't even weigh him. Yeah, 2-pounder.
2-pounder, that was keeper number 4 for Ben Burns.
I gotta find them boys.
Got him up to 8 pounds for 4 fish, just behind Bryce DeMauro's 3 fish for 8.5 pounds. See, he's made a move farther down the lake than anyone else. To make our way up the lake. This is actually one of the most anticipated fish catches that we have had on live. This is the 5-pounder we heard about from Trip Berlinsky earlier this morning. You're able to get it during the break.
This is her. Oh my gosh. What is he doing? He's going crazy. This is bigger than the first one. No, I didn't see that dock cable. Get away from there. I think this is the same one I've been following. All right. Calm down. Calm down. Please, Lord. Oh my God, it's a 5-pounder. Lord, please. All right, right here's where I'm gonna grab her. Maybe not, she's not ready. Yes, sir. No, sir, you're good right there. Thank you, though. The only way I'm going is that way. Don't jump, don't jump. I wanna grab her coming this way. Like this, like this, like this. She goes crazy every time she gets back there. I'm gonna get in this seat. Oh my Thank you, Lord. This might be a 6-pounder. I doubt it, actually. I'm just crazy. It's 5 for sure. Guys, this is a giant. 507, boys. 507 on Watauga. Oh my God! Oh my God! Look how fat that fish is, boys.
That's a big one, dude. That's a 3-pound upgrade. Is that right?
I'm at 18 pounds now, I believe. 1796.
That was her.
That was awesome. So much emotion there. You can see how much it means to him. He knows he's right there at qualifying for his first Bassmaster Classic.
What a huge day for him, man. If you didn't think he could top himself from 19-14 on day one, he had 16 pounds in a different area yesterday, just messing around, goofing around basically. Catch 19 plus pounds already today as well. As we go back out to Ben Burns.
Biggest smallmouth we've seen, biggest belly, really built.
Come on. Adds to the total of 4+ pounders we've seen as well for the tournament.
Good. Ooh, he's doing weird stuff.
Could be a limit for Ben Burns right here.
Pretty good one. That was great. Just gonna swing him in here. That's number 5. Okay. Guess I'll make sure he measures, but I know he does. Yeah. $190. Well, we got
almost a 2-pounder there for Ben Burns, and that's the 2-pounder. That's the 2-pounder that'll put him in the lead of his matchup over Bryce tomorrow. A limit for him.
All right.
Tomorrow's less than a pound back, but he's 2 fish shy of his limit.
9.5 for Ben Burns. There's the story. Bryce tomorrow, 3 solid fish. Probably, if I'd have to say, at least 9 pounds. He's probably got 3 3-pounders on average, because that first 3-pounder seemed to be a little bigger. So we'll say too close to call right now, but you can't leave meat on the bone, Logan Parks. Two more fish to a limit for Bryce tomorrow. He can't just settle on the fact that he's got some good quality, because Ben Burns has found a way, continue to adjust and change, and he has now filled his limit.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Ben does now to try to make a move and catch some bigger fish. But you know, Bryce definitely has the largest room to upgrade. 2 spots left in his live well. It's just adding to his total weight every time he catches a keeper.
After Cole said, Sand said his plan would be to go out and get his 2 to 3 pound smallmouth and then go hunting for a kicker. I guess it could be a smallmouth kicker too.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Tripp.
Back out with Bryce, who's now chasing the leader in his matchup.
He doesn't know it. He's got to figure, though. He needs to come in with a limit for sure.
So we don't do a weight reveal in this one anymore,
No,
right?
it doesn't seem like it. Last year and this year, it's just been a weigh in. So I think that's the change
when I fished,
to it.
I got to learn what.
Was it every hour?
It was the halftime.
Halftime. I remember the stare down of Tristan McCormick. Tucker Smith.
Well, because they not only were
same spot.
Yeah, they're
pretty much
beside each other.
Yeah.
It's not always nice when you. Well, I mean, he didn't have to worry about finding out that he was down 11 pounds because he could see that. But then, yeah, that was a nail-biting deal. And
I thought it was really cool that Lewis decided not to.
Oh yeah.
Be revealed.
Which
when he fished.
I mean, that's the train of thought I would be in. Like, I want to do it my way. I don't need to know what anyone else does. And for one, yes, this is different than your normal team tournaments, but when you're fishing a tournament for 8 hours, you don't know what anyone has. So you're just doing it every single tournament the way you think. And so for you to find out what someone has is just going to make you make decisions you wouldn't have done before.
100%, because he won the one after I fished, and I was watching that one. I was like, that would have been much smarter to do. I don't know. I would have rather just not know.
I don't want to do that.
Remember the unexpected fan reveal to Jason Christie at the Classic? Fan yelled out,
Edwin's got 32 pounds.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And that was back when anglers could check bass track in the Classic.
He didn't want to, though.
He did,
He changed his fishing.
Did,
oh, he did go right after that. He did.
He did after that. And did a big sigh.
So they could actually check bass track.
Back in the day.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Was there an instance that said, no, let's not let him look anymore? Was there two particular things, or did the anglers start voting?
I honestly think it was after that. Because they've never been able to check bass track since I've worked here, and that was 2013. Or no, that was 2016. So they hadn't been able to check bass track since I've been on live, which was 2017 on. That was the last, I believe, and I think it's that reason of like making them spin out and making, like, we just don't need to know that. We don't know it any other time.
Anglers say that, no, I want to know, and others, like you said, Manetti,
no,
I don't want to know.
There's two different leagues and formats you can do. You can go to a league where they tell you what it is, or you cannot. There's a free choice there, and so these anglers are fishing the regular way, where you weigh them in at the end of the day.
If I was Garrett Smith, I don't think I'd want to know that Tripp Berlinsky has over 19 pounds.
No.
Don't worry, he won't be able to find out because he's in Narnia. Like, there's no say. He's not gonna. We don't even know.
Through the closet and everything.
He's just
But you get to a point where you do, like, even though you don't know, you do know. It's like you just have a feeling.
You know that you're not doing enough.
Yeah, if you're in that position where you need to catch them, you know that you need to catch them because. Yeah.
We've seen so many times when the angler's right, I need to do, but then there's other times when they're dead wrong, and they could just get a limit. They just got a limit. John Garrett at St. John's, if he just went and got a limit.
Very rarely does that happen, but it definitely does.
He was mad at himself after that. I could have just went earlier to try to get my limit fish when that school at the.
If he just wouldn't have broken off.
Or that was a monster.
There's the updated leaderboard. Berlinsky leading Garrett Smith. Now Ben Burns, the new leader of the 2-3 matchup. UNA trying to do a clean sweep and make it to the finals, but DeMauro has work to do. Meanwhile, Ben Burns says, I want to be like my dad. I want to fish in the Bassmaster Classic. He has that opportunity. He's got his limit. Now time to upgrade on Watauga Lake. Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket at Watauga Lake is presented by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Semifinals Sunday here, meaning 4 anglers remain for the College Classic bracket. 2 spots will advance to championship Monday for the finale. Right now, Trip Berlinsky well in control of his matchup. And on the other side of the bracket, Ben Burns overtaking Bryce DeMauro. Currently, Bryce still with 2 more to fill his limit out. In studio here for the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm Ronnie Moore. We know Mike Sukon from Bassmaster Live and the Daily Limit. We know Logan Parks from the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Logan, it is thoroughly impressive to see what Trip Berlinsky is doing. Obviously, his banks are very similar to his teammate Bryce DeMauro's banks, but he's got some docks mixed in. And boy, he has been so consistent this week and consistently good with the highest weights of the day.
Yeah, it really seems like he's keyed in on just a completely different class fish than, you know, some of these other guys we're seeing catch. And he's a little shallower. It really is interesting to see Bryce doing some of the very similar things. Makes me wonder if maybe they had a chat last night. You know, maybe they did after day one when Bryce was down in 7th place to help him out and catch that big bag yesterday. But I definitely think those 2 guys looks like in a similar area, and they're around some better fish than it seems like the other two anglers in the field are.
One guy that we kept an eye on, Such, is the angler Ben Burns. 15 pounds, 6 ounces day one, 15 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday.
Good,
of the guys who were, you know, fully fishing their areas, he was the most consistent. You know, we know Trip Berlinsky caught a big bag and then just went to new water and tried some different things, but everyone else has had a bad day. You know, Garrett Smith had 18 pounds down to 11. You had Bryce DeMauro at 12 and then up to 18. And so a lot of guys have flip-flopped, and today we're seeing Ben really try to figure it out. He's moved a lot more than everyone else, and now he finally has his limit, and he doesn't know it, but he's in the lead.
He's got his limit, but he needs to upgrade. Bryce DeMauro, 1 more fish, and he'll overtake him, and he gets his limit, and he'll be a couple pounds ahead at least, maybe 3 or 4.
A little bit different. We talked about the way that you were in the college bracket, where you wouldn't have wanted to maybe know the results of your closest opponent or who you were competing against. But mentally, as an angler, do you start at this point in the day really leaning into what you did in practice and just, I have to die with this pattern? Or at a certain point, if you have 3 fish like Bryce DeMauro, and they're 3 decent ones, you're like, maybe I need to go switch now. I didn't have a good day one. Yesterday was awesome, and today has been in the middle. I need to figure something else out.
Yeah, you know those thoughts are starting to go through his head where it's like, I've been doing this, I've been staying consistent, I've caught 3 quality fish, you know, right around 9 pounds. And if I just stick with it for the next 3 or 4 hours, you know, I'll have a good day. I'll have that 15-pound bag if I have 2 more bites. But like in the temporary, should I just go spend an hour, try to catch a couple keepers, couple 1.5 pound, 2 pounders, and fill that limit out just in case? And you know those thoughts are going through your mind at this point in the day with only 3 keepers.
Well, we've been able to sit at this desk and talk about you during the College Classic bracket and what was going on in your boat and in your mind. And you have overcome all of those things and made it through the Opens. You've won big tournaments, Team of the Year for college, individual events. You've won $1 million tournament. And now you're on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just fished your first Bassmaster Classic, going to your second one next year. And we want to highlight an almost victory for Logan Parks earlier this year at Lake St. Clair, 2nd place. What a fantastic event. And Logan, obviously you want the win when you can get it, when you get close, but after day one, 19 pounds, you were probably thinking, I need to make the cut. And you vaulted up the leaderboard and was all of a sudden in contention to win the event.
Yeah, absolutely. After day one, I was in 50th place. And I was going into the last 2 events. You know, if I can make 1 more cut, you know, hopefully I'll be in the Classic Cup for good. I just kind of wanted to make the top 50 and blast them on day 2. second biggest bag of the tournament, I'm like, shift my mindset to, oh my gosh, I have a chance to win the tournament. So it was a unexpected, amazing tournament.
And it's a great time to show up when one of your new sponsors is the title of the event. So that's a great time to do that. And I'm giving you some advice. You know, when your sponsors on your jersey or sponsoring the tournament, you should catch them. And you did just that. Made a second place finish there, and actually got some hardware this year. If you didn't know, the Elite Series doesn't just hand out first place trophies anymore. There's second and third place smaller trophies, so that you guys can fill up that mantle with great performances on the Elite Series. So congrats on that. And I know you wanted to stay in the top 10 in Angler of the Year, but top 20 is not too shabby either.
The big boats.
Please, Lord.
Phoenix Boats Big Bass
Oh, my
bonus
goodness.
that day too. 513.
Yeah, it was an awesome event. This Bryce's fourth keeper right here. Another solid one, it looks like.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Number 4.
Something about that shift from 3 keepers to 4 keepers too, it just really, it lets you settle in a little bit. You feel a little bit better with 4, you know, needing one more than you do with that 3 fish in your live well. So I bet Bryce settles down here and fills his limit out.
So tell me how you're feeling after that one.
Well, finally got one in the boat. It's been a while. I've had a rough series of events. I have felt like I haven't done anything right recently. I've just kept losing them, breaking them off. But we finally got one in the boat. We got 4. We got like around 11.5 pounds. So we got to catch one more 3 to 4 pounder, and we might be back in things. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see.
He was right on one account. He needs one more fish to get a limit. That will put him at 11 pounds on Bass Track, but he said 11.5, so just slightly more than what Bass Track's saying he has. We expected that. Those first few fish looked real solid for him this morning. Now in the lead of his matchup against Ben Burns. Are we gonna see the mystery man? Yes, he came back through the port of the closet from Narnia. Is Garrett Smith gonna make an appearance? See Ben Burns south of takeoff there, or west of takeoff. Garrett Smith's made that move early this morning, and he went way up the river.
And out on camera last year, rather entertaining fella there. There he is.
Up in the middle of nowhere. Just doing the usual. Y'all finally get to come check in on me, you know. I've been hiding out in the river all day. Cell service does not exist up there.
I'll say it kind of exists wherever he moved to. It doesn't fully exist, but it kind of exists. But it was good to see Garrett. He does now have 4 fish, just under 9 pounds, trying to chase down Trick.
Well, we got a limit. It was definitely the hardest one to come by today compared to every other day, but filled it out pretty quick once they got biting, and then just tried to do a little largemouth thing, but it didn't work, and now we're trying the same little area that I filled my limit at just to see if we can upgrade a little bit. And then I'm heading back up the lake and see if I can go catch a couple big ones. I mean, I gotta make some culls happen. I gotta get some more weight. But overall, I mean, I can't complain too much with the day. I mean, I knew my fish weren't biting as good, and at least I finally got a limit. So if the worst happens, we still got enough if, Bryce doesn't happen to have a good day, but I'm sure he will. So that's what I'm gonna head back up here in a minute and catch some big ones. I got to say thank you to everyone watching back home for sure, and hopefully we can catch a few more fish. Bumming it too right now. They don't look very big, but I've honestly kind of found that the little 2-fish and 3-fish groups seem to have bigger ones than the 10-fish groups, but they are a lot harder to hit and get to bite, so. Definitely got some work to do.
Well, we'll say Ben Burns held the lead in his matchup for 56 seconds. He is now trailing again to Bryce tomorrow. He has done his job, though. A limit in the boat for Ben Burns. Now it's time for him to go head hunting, as we would say. It may look the same technique as he's doing to catch his limit, but maybe a different region of the lake will result. He's had a good success since that sun has came out. Bryce tomorrow, still one more to a limit, but leading the matchup. Garrett Smith trying to make a day of it. 4 keepers up the river for just under 9 pounds, but that lander, 2-time national champ, has more work to do. Striking Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket. There's Ben Burns making a move on Watauga Lake, Northeast Tennessee. Talked about it if you don't know where it's at. Specifically in Carter County, Tennessee. It's just south of Bristol, just east of Johnson City, and if you're from North Carolina, just west of Boone. Tucked up there, the highest elevation TVA lake, according to Mike Sukon, so you know that's bulletproof.
I just looked it up. It's like on Wikipedia or somewhere.
Might not be as trustworthy after all, since we've seen.
It makes sense. So look where it is, though.
We've seen the Steelers-Vikings score be different things, you just don't know. Bryce tomorrow just retook the lead with his 4th keeper in his matchup versus Ben Burns.
He'd feel a lot better bringing in 5. Logan Parks, do you rate your day on the day before, or do you know that every day's a different day? He had 18 pounds yesterday, and he's around half, a lot less, though. 11 pounds today.
Definitely like to look at, what's possible. Seeing that 19-pound bag come across the scales on day one, and everyone in the field knows, that's, if you have more than that, you're probably doing something serious. So that's kind of what I would think everyone's probably target goal is going into today. I mean, I know, Ben Burns had, 15-something yesterday?
Yeah.
So that's got to be in his mind. If he can get over, 15 is what he's been averaging, he'd probably feel pretty comfortable.
I mean, if Bryce catches another 3-pounder, he'll have a limit for 14 pounds. The only thing that he's missing from yesterday to today is the 5.5-pounder, which would cull a 2.5 and give him 3 more pounds, which would get him to the 17 and change, or get him to his high day. Get him to his high day, and so he'll be splitting the difference on his worst day and his best day with just another 3-pounder to his limit.
You can't expect a kicker every day. You hear the guys come in, they got 5 3-pounders and
No,
the other
and that's
guy
why-
who has this 4 or 5-pounder in.
Well, and I say
with
that
that.
because he's not getting a lot of bites.
Right.
But every time he sets the hook, it's a 2.5 to 3.5 pounder. Whereas Ben Burns is catching fish or seeing a lot of fish, and they're all just really just keepers. 1.5 to 2.5 pounders. Garrett Smith making a move. This was earlier today with him. He made a move from down lake to up the river.
Hey, that is.
This is definitely the
God
water
knows
that
it doesn't
Garrett
weigh 2
feels most
pounds.
comfortable with. Flipping a jig, throwing top water.
No,
and
it's not. No, it's
flatter
not.
banks for sure. Had a
gonna come right here in the
mountain
boat.
to climb.
They're biting
facing
again
off
today.
against Trip Berlinsky.
Just take a little bit of time. Oh, it didn't. That's for one of the right ones, dude.
Definitely shallow water
Look at this
target
right
fishing.
Here, dude. Hold on. In his throat. Gone,
three
the old
keepers for
Lake
Garrett
Norman
Smith.
magic, baby.
They're pretty nice ones.
Yeah, they don't look
Not
bad.
too shabby.
Something huge just waked his bait.
Oh, just that shit. Oh. Dog! Oh, that hurts. Oh, dude, that one was huge. That one green one was huge. Why didn't they bite it, man? All right. That kind of gives me popar vibes. That kind of tells me them fish would have been a popar. So the one that's been floating around on the floor all day that I just put up, we're gonna tie it on because those fish should have bit, and they didn't.
Tell me the story of that popar you have there. Is there anything interesting about it?
Actually, yes, this popar has been through a lot. This is the one that was thrown 2 years ago and Hart won the national championship. It has been all over Kingdom Come with me. It's caught fish from Louisiana, Lake Norman. May have caught one at the James. I've had it forever. Hooks are not in great shape. Actually, they're still sharp though. Oh, they're still really sharp. Let me just thread this line through here. That's a giant. That one was between 5 and 6, that largemouth that flashed just at the bottom. Well, I'm gonna keep getting chances, man. I just gotta trick a couple of them. Had a couple come out and kiss it. I really think I'm gonna get some good bites. I just gotta do my job and put them in the boat. But yeah, that popar is weighed fish in the national championship a couple years ago. It has seen some use. It's caught some big fish. It has lost some big fish. They love to come off on a popar. That's the one thing about a popar. They love coming off on it, especially smallmouth. Smallmouth love to come off on it. My lighter is in my boat. I need to burn that glue off.
They also, when they're on a popar, they won't bite anything else. So it's like, well, why would you throw it if they lose them on it?
Well, they were like doing a little dance underneath my plopper. That stings. But I got a place they're at, and as long as they hang around, we're gonna make another pit stop in here in about an hour, and I'm gonna throw over there, and I'm gonna catch one, because that's just no fun. Why would you guys not bite? That's just not cool of you. Thought they were gonna be nicer than that. Thought they were gonna be nicer than that. Uh-oh, don't slide out.
You tell the guys in the truck are trying to get us in trouble by replaying his jump there. Yeah. Plenty of little quips that can be made.
Looked like one rushed up to it, his topwater just to the left of it in that shot. Some big dark blob out there underwater.
It looked like Such in the break room trying to get a cup out of the top cabinet.
Starting to see that sunshine play for him, get those fish suspended in those laydowns.
So cool. Could have been even cooler if she'd have come up there and just sucked it in.
I thought I saw one swirl in it, but I didn't see two. I just saw.
So when it first come out, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when it first came out of laydown, there was 2 smallmouth on it. They were both between 3 and 4. And when it got about 10 foot in front of the trolling motor, a giant green one. It was huge. It didn't come up near it at all, but it flashed down there about 3 foot underneath, and it was down below that smallmouth. It just come up and went like that. And that one was never going to bite, but at least I know where she's at. That one was so close. She wanted to so bad. Oh, she wanted to. This is basically my good luck poplar, so be something if we can go run, do some damage in the bracket on it.
Good day to throw your good luck bait.
Did I catch any like Tim's Ford last year in the bracket? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is up with that? Ah, there we go. That's where I broke off. I had it buried in the spool. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop.
Are we sure he's not related
Sorry,
to Robert G?
I'm running commentary on the noises my poplar is making.
Just wondering about that. Told you it was entertaining.
I'll say this: he's paired with the best cameraman because they're the same temperament.
I wish he'd have bit. That would have been even cooler, but.
Funny story, when he won the national championship, Rob commented, "Good luck," or "Congratulations to my cousin," and we were all like, "Oh, that's your cousin?"
That's crazy.
And he was like, "No, it's not."
I stole that from Ben Burns as well.
But you would believe
That's
it.
his famous saying.
I think this is Garrett Smith's last opportunity at the
What's kind of
college
crazy
series
is I
level.
actually made
Andrew
that
Blanton still has
same
another year or
cast
two.
before those fish followed it out. I don't know why they didn't show themselves the first time. Can't have that. I mean, they might have been a glide bait. I don't know. No matter what, that was sick.
No matter what, that small one, you know.
Oh yeah. I guess I'll flip a jig. You know what? I'm gonna throw a glide bait in there. I just talking about they might have been a glide bait. Maybe I can just like call them back out. Maybe they turned around and went back home. But I have a lot of laydowns. We are about to run the fire out. We're gonna treat them like cane piles. We're gonna treat them like cane piles. Dog, if everything that has followed my topwater today would have bit, I would have a mega bag. Especially for here. We'd be pushing 20. But I still have enough time to get there. I just gotta trick a couple. Come on, 6-pounder.
It's fun hanging out with Garrett Smith there, and it may look bleak. Trip Berlinsky's putting on a show, but Garrett, one or two of those bites up a river in unpressured water could send him to the next round if he could get him in the boat.
Well, Sen said if somebody got upriver and got on the right bite, you could catch those 6, 7-pounders, 8-pounders.
Bryce Tomorrow and Ben Burns going head-to-head. The 2-3 matchup. As expected, tight as it gets. Ben Burns with a limit. Bryce Tomorrow one more to a limit. Waiting to see some upgrades come from that matchup, while Garrett Smith doing his thing up the river, trying to catch up, unknowingly, to Trip Berlinsky. Oh, look at the sailboat. Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket here at Watauga Lake. We've seen wakeboarding boats. We've seen sailboats.
A couple pontoons.
We've seen some pontoons. Bass boats.
It's a big sailboat lake, Cole Sands was telling me.
No, it's a small lake, Such.
It is small.
6,500 acres.
A lot of sailboats on it.
Cove Ridge Marina is where we are taking off from all week here at Watauga Lake. Look at that thing go. I mean, it is going. Just watch out for icebergs. Got to see from Bryce Tomorrow last segment, catching some fish the last 30 minutes. Passing Ben Burns in their matchup as Ben looks to be putting some new leader line on. And you're supposed to, don't bite with your teeth, brother.
Chip my tooth do that.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him today, and the last couple of days I've seen him a little bit, and I think that might mean he's catching them, but I'm not too worried about any of that. I just got to try to catch the best I can, and see where that puts me. It is kind of cool fishing just one-on-one. I don't know if I've ever really done that other than just like for dinner or something with a buddy, so it's kind of interesting doing it for something that's you know, but you just got to keep going. There's fish around. They're just having trouble getting them to bite. I'm not too worried yet. I just got to stick with it. Finished time on this Nico rig, and I'm probably gonna go run around and throw it on some wood to see if I can get another 4.5 pounder like yesterday or something like that. And then probably run some more of that same smallmouth stuff I've been doing to see if I can catch like a 3.5 or something like that. Even if that 4-pounder works or doesn't work, I just gotta take it kind of step by step. I keep breaking off my Nico rig because I keep letting it sink too far into the laydowns.
Ben Burns changing it up a little bit.
Nice day though. It's quite a bit cooler than it is back home, so. It's enjoyable, but it's still kind of hot, but at least it's not 100 degrees. And there we go. Hopefully this will go catch me a 4 or 5 pounder on a laydown here in a minute.
I like his confidence.
Kind of got no stress. I'm either going to win today and fish tomorrow, or I'm not going to win today. And I'm not going fishing tomorrow.
My choices. Still going to have dinner, though, no matter which.
Depending on how he does today, though, the dinner menu may change, you know?
Well, the menu may change, yeah.
I think he deserves a steak either way. But only, you know, a handful of guys can say they fished a college classic bracket, and then there's even less that made it to, you know, that
semifinals and
25% chance of making it. 4 anglers left. It's a very select few.
That final day missing out, though, just so close to Bassmaster Classic as a college angler. You gotta leave just feeling, oh, how did I miss? And you gotta regret moves you made, maybe.
Well, and we've seen guys win the bracket, go on and fish the Classic and do well, and make the Elite Series and do all that stuff. But there are so many anglers who now fish the Elite Series that made the bracket and didn't make it out of the round of 8, or didn't make it out of the semifinals to the finals. And so it doesn't indicate success or failure for your future career. Guys like Tyler Rivette fished 5 years in college. Nicholls State made the championship every year, made the bracket when we were up in Wisconsin. Jacob Fouts, 2 years later, wins the national championship as a freshman. He was the first, him and Jake Lee were the first duo to win as underclassmen. And then he goes on and wins the bracket. Cody Huff won the championship, didn't win the bracket, turns around, makes the bracket again and wins it. Watts Bar, that was the year Cole Sands won the national championship. I do believe. Got anglers like Bo Browning, just short of making the bracket, but winning events throughout the college series, going on and fishing his rookie season this year. He was our guest yesterday. We got these knuckleheads. Second year angler Logan Parks, rookie Tucker Smith, Guys have seen their fair share of successes and also some close calls to victories. Easton Fothergill, incredible story from his 2023 season, and he makes the Classic. Can't win your first Classic, Such. You got to go back, and he did, and wins the second one.
He did well in his first Classic.
How about that for Tucker? It'll be his first Classic, and it feels like it should be his 14th because he's had 2 seconds in the bracket, which would have been Classic opportunities. He had 2 seconds in Opens, which would have got him Classic opportunities. All it took, he did the hardest thing. I got to make the Elite Series to make the dang Classic.
Yeah, I know he was breathing a deep sigh of relief to be able to lock in his first Classic finally after coming up short so many times, just so narrowly missing out on it.
I heard he's still going to ask Lisa Talmadge the week before the Classic next year, like, are you sure I'm still in? Because I've had the rug pulled out from underneath me a few times, and so are you sure I'm still qualified?
Well, give us your take on his victory at Fork.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I expected it, you know, nothing too surprising to me. I fished with him for 2 seasons, and he's an unbelievable angler. He's the best angler I've ever been on the boat with, and I wouldn't expect to see, or I wouldn't be surprised to see another one next year, you know. So it's a competitor that, you know, I'm happy to be able to fish against on the elites, but I also don't like to fish against him because he's so dang good.
How long did you fish with him? How long was it?
2 seasons.
2 full seasons.
Yeah, I fished.
I like to rag on Logan, knowing that Logan, you know, kind of, I'm not going to say groomed because that's a negative connotation.
Don't say that.
But he was older in college, and he was like, oh, I think I'm going to take this young gun under my wing, and brings in a 3-time high school champion to be his partner. You know?
Yeah. So did you let him, like, sit on your lap and just steer the boat?
No, I definitely asked him where to go, though, sometimes. We had a great dynamic because, you know, it was my senior year of college. His freshman year, he wanted to be with someone that was a little older, more experienced, knew the ropes of the college fishing, and our fishing styles really complemented each other well. We were always on the same page. You know, he gave great ideas, I gave great ideas, and that's what's so important, you know, with success in this college level. These guys are so good that you can't have one guy wanting to hog the trolling motor or, you know, hold up the biggest fish on stage. You have to realize that you both are working together as a team, and as long as it gets in the boat, it doesn't matter who caught it. And that's I think that's why we were so successful.
I always hit on this, that the college really prepares guys for the next levels. What did it do for Logan Park's fishing, being able to fish in college, learning of going through the paces of everything?
For me personally, Auburn University is a club sport. It's student run, so we had to negotiate all of our sponsorships, raise all the money ourselves to travel. I had to book the hotel rooms for the team. You know, I took over the president's role of the team my senior year, and it basically did what I'm doing for myself for the fishing team. And it's a lot easier to manage, you know, sponsorships and hotel rooms and stuff like that for myself now. But I was running the team full of 80 anglers, you know.
Right.
So to be able to get that early experience of networking, talking to sponsors, negotiating deals, learning how that worked, and then to go on and do it for myself. You know, before I even fished the first season of the Opens, I had already been able to negotiate and work with sponsors of the Auburn team, and they saw that I did such a good job running the team that they came on board with me. You know, sponsors that I still work with today, like Fishing Chaos and Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Morris Shea. The whole front of my jersey was also on the front of the Auburn University jersey my senior year, so it was a great networking opportunity for me.
It's got you locked in. You got a foundation now. You have a tournament you hold. Talk about that.
Yeah, we started the Logan Parks Fishing Foundation 2 years ago. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, and we put on events for high school and college anglers. And it really just is all about giving back to the 2 groups that helped me become the angler I am today. I grew up playing baseball, didn't make the baseball team, so I started the fishing team at Auburn High School, still going strong. They got a great team still. It's awesome to see them succeeding still. And I fished 8th through 12th grade. Got, you know, my ropes under me fishing in high school. Jordan Lee was actually at Auburn and came and spoke to us at one of our first meetings. So to see him, you know, go on.
Jordan who?
Jordan Lee.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. See him go on and win back-to-back Bassmaster Classics was a huge inspiration for us. So from there, you know, we went on fishing college. Just wouldn't be where I'm at today without it. So we started this nonprofit. We have an event that combines high school and college anglers together. They fish together as a team. and they get to fish for some huge prizes, give away my nitro boat. It's an awesome experience.
Take over and tell us how Trip Berlinsky must have called again. He's up to 19.7 on Bass Track.
Yeah, man, he's really around some big fish. You know, Trip is, you know, probably just practicing at this point. I'd say he's just running new water, seeing where some fish are, and setting himself up for tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see if Garrett can make a late day rally here.
Well, we are a part of the Logan Parks Mike Sukon show. We'll be back with more when we come back. Welcome back. It's semifinal Sunday here, the Logan Parks Mike Sukon show. It's the College Classic bracket. Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee. College bracket this week presented by Lose. All the jokes aside, it's great to have Logan Parks in studio with us, a guy who has fished the College Series, embodies the College Series, and has now given back after graduating to these college anglers trying to make their dreams come true. Going to have a lot of huge deals coming up in a month or two with his insane tournament and his college fishing foundation and everything there. And awesome to see anglers giving back, especially to a series that I care so much about as well, as one that I grew up in. So we go out to Bryce DeMauro, fishing family. Dave DeMauro fishes the Bass Nation. His son Connor fished at Bryan College, and now Bryce.
Well, it's been a rough little series of events. I've not fished clean well at all today. I've now broken off 2 big ones, and I just jumped another one off just a little bit ago. Just not having a great day. You're not going to be able to compete well if you keep losing all your big opportunities. So we got some time left, and I'm going to see if I can put together a decent little finish. I got 4 right now, so I really need to get my 5th one, and I'm hoping it's a good one so I can have a chance at beating Ben. I'm sure he's got a good bag right now. I'm sure everyone does. So gotta do well. But now that I'm on live, I'd like to say a few thank yous to everyone that makes this possible. I'd like to thank my parents. They just continue to support me through everything. I'd like to thank my brother Connor. He's actually fished in 2 of these bracket tournaments. He's let me use his boat for the tournament. That was super kind of him. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And I'd like to just thank all of our school sponsors that support the team and allow us to go to these tournaments and do what we love. Also, huge thanks to Carter County for having this. To think that a year ago today, or a year ago, yesterday, this place was affected so much by that hurricane. They got it turned around and they got us here. So it's an awesome place here. I'd love to come back one day and fish.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Bryce DeMauro. This was one of the small towns that embodies the outdoors and took it hard during Hurricane Helene last year.
The remnants kind of affected the fishing at Tim's Ford in the college bracket. We got another hurricane coming up the coast pretty soon. It'll maybe get some water inland here, in the midweek.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that was right around the same time that we had last year's foundation tournament, and it really affected, our field. A lot of anglers from South Carolina weren't able to attend.
To follow my papa out there must not be anybody home.
That was just a terrible disaster.
Yeah, there's definitely nobody around, but oh well.
Garrett Smith up the river.
Running some shade lines, I like it.
Mm-hmm. So we always think that the Folks at home are like, it's cloudy, it should be a topwater day. Man, they could be anywhere in a cloudy day. But on a sunny day with shade lines, they're gonna be in that band of shade, however wide it may be.
He's still got his graph covered up. I think he's making a statement.
The way down, it's gonna be a big one. One day it will happen. I wish they had fall-time Elite Series events. I'd want to see them guys do it. I kind of hate they're all in the spring and the summer. They always go up north. I'd love to see them, or they're like maybe a TVA Lake early June. I want to see them go to like somewhere just awful in August. I want to see that.
Don't agree with that.
Well, that's what the EQs were all about.
That.
I don't want to go somewhere awful. We already went to the Sabine.
Time of my life.
Well, that's what the whole EQ format was designed for this year, was to allow the top opens anglers, and also it was an entry that the elite guys can get in without having to fish the opens. And that's what we had heard. We want to fish more in the fall. We want the opportunity, and like 10 guys signed up for it. So it's like, I just don't understand that. And that's just my opinion, is we do it, we listen. Hank Weldon did his best to adjust, and nobody followed through on that. So we look forward to covering Wheeler next week, though, for the points race of the EQs.
I do agree with Garrett, though. It was really cool to watch the elites during COVID, when 2020
100%.
just delayed the schedule, and we got some events into September and stuff. And
flip-flop
that was an interesting couple events to watch for sure. But
I remember we didn't have a lot of limits. Well, maybe more than 50% in some of those events, but it was way lower than regular time of year in spring.
Yeah, the Chickamauga event was a cool one to watch. Really tough event, but some really nice fish were caught. Lee Livesey put on a show.
I think 19 and a quarter is what my scale said earlier. I think so, at least. I think it might be just a little bit under. I'm gonna look, actually, because I'm curious. Oh, no. Okay, so we have 1965. I forgot I made that call. 1965, you know, could be 20, actually. You know how them Bubba's weigh? They weigh a little bit light. Now, I'm in the same area, but I've started to go down new waters. Not even new water, just like really just like stretches that like look very similar, and that I wanted to fish and practice, but never really had the time to. And, you know, I found one good area. I made my last coal out of it, and then I saw some like true giants for here. I saw like a 6-pound largemouth with my eyes, not on scope. He followed my bait up to the surface, and I was getting ready for him to bite it, and he didn't. So I just kind of left him for tomorrow, hoping he'll still be hanging out around that same area. There was a bunch of other ones too. Like I literally saw that one, and then I probably went like 10 yards. And I saw another one probably close to the same size. I didn't see that one with my eyes, but it looked big on scope, and it looked about the same size as that one did. So
let's say you make it to tomorrow. If you were to make it, what's your mindset?
I mean, if I get in tomorrow, I'm just gonna spend every minute of the day fishing, just kind of how I have today. I'm pretty relaxed right now because I probably have if I don't have 20, I'm just under it. So if Garrett beats me today, he just straight out smashed him. Props to him if he does. I'm pretty sure I think I got it, but you know, you never know with these guys. If I get in tomorrow though, I'm just gonna fish every single minute of the day. I can pretty much go down like a mile or two at a time. And I got a few 200-yard stretches that still takes me a minute to go down. So I didn't leave my first spot till 10:30 this morning, or no, it was 9:30. I didn't leave it till 9:30, but I'm gonna do about the same thing and just try to get my two big bites in the morning, and you know, just catch every fish I can. There's nothing after tomorrow, so you just get to go tear them up as much as you can, as hard as you can. So yeah, I mean, really that's it. Just gonna hope and pray that almost 20 is enough, that Garrett doesn't have some freak mega bag. But yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna fish a little bit of new water or whatever you want to call it, it's just really, really similar stuff in the same area. And if I see them, I'm going to keep on trying to catch a couple just to get a feel for what sizes down what stretch. And I mean, if I can make another coal or two, that'd be awesome, just to give me a little bit more comfort and security.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
As much as you have your head down, either looking at fish or looking at your screen, how about how pretty this lake is?
Yeah, this is the most gorgeous lake in the country as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if you just look around, it's just
Sure is pretty indeed. Hey, I just wanted to give an update for the guys in the truck. I know Mike Breed loves listening in the truck. And Bobby Petrino, the new interim head coach at Arkansas as of 4 minutes ago. So, you know, it's a performance sport just like bass fishing. There will be 2 that don't advance to tomorrow. And, you know, honestly, there's probably 2 coaches that shouldn't advance to Monday for the Hogs either. But well, at least one, you know, one's not there.
That's major.
That is.
Sad, at least these guys are all giving their 100% fishing out here today.
We can turn the candles on for the Bobby P. Shrine in Michael Middleton's office.
So such.
I will walk you in there right now and show you.
How about Shrine?
Four anglers enter semifinal Sunday. 2 will exit and 2 will move on to championship Monday. Trip Berlinsky beating Garrett Smith in their matchup currently. 5 fish for 19.5, 19.75 pound. Garrett Smith just under 9 pounds with 4 fish. Meanwhile, DeMauro is beating Burns with 1 more to go for a limit. Here we are at the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket. No more employment, you know, conversations to be had. There's none. We're all still here. Mike Sukon's to my right. Logan Parks is to my left.
I'm up. I'm up.
Crew is here. We will cut half our field out of the picture tomorrow. And right now, those 2 anglers, DeMauro, Berlinsky, pictured on your screen. They are the 2 that would be advancing if it ended right now. But we still have an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes left of the fishing day.
To get to, you know, all my years fishing for college. So this is just being here is crazy to me. And honestly, being here hasn't even really sunk in yet how incredible this all is. But if I could make it tomorrow, that just gives me another chance at, you know, all that's up for stake. A truck, a boat, berth to the Bassmaster Classic, your opens paid for. I mean, for someone like me, that would really, I mean, that would jumpstart my my fishing career. And, you know, it'd get my feet wet and, you know, might see if I can compete or not on the next level. So being able to win this would mean the world to me, because, you know, that would kind of put me right in there and get me where I need to be. But, you know, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if it does, be a dream come true for sure. And, you know, fishing professionally is pretty expensive, so being able to have all that stuff paid for by through college fishing is really, really cool. Something I definitely want to, something I'm definitely after for sure.
And that's what's so awesome, what he's talking about is, you know, being able to take home that bracket title. Not only do you get a spot on the Classic and, you know, the payment to go to the Classic, but then, you know, they're taking care of helping you get to the Opens, covering some some of the Bassmaster Opens and providing a truck and a boat to go fish all year. So it really sets you up well to at least give you a season to pursue becoming a professional angler.
I mean, if you fish the Legends Trail or the Lunkers Trail, you're fishing 200 to, or 175 to 225 boats most likely. So that's roughly 400 anglers for that one division. The other division, 150 to 200 boats there as well. You're possibly fishing against upwards of 1,000 anglers, counting the championship and all of that stuff. And so you think about the 1 in 1,000 odds of getting there, and they get to now represent. It's an incredible opportunity and prize package for sure. This Tripp is making a move. Thumbs down, 4 fish for Bryce tomorrow. And if Bryce was able to win, he's got bragging rights over his older brother. His older brother might have a national championship, but he is team of the year and he won the bracket. Man, little brother. I was a little brother. I am a little brother, but I was a little brother in the household once, and I wouldn't let him live it down.
That works with our Canadian Johnsons. We've had some other brothers with the
sibling
college
rivalry.
Classic winner.
Making a move from Bryce tomorrow, up a creek without a paddle over to Garrett Smith.
Also, I'm aware I'm being like incredibly stubborn with these fish and and refusing to change it up and all that kind of stuff. This is what I'm the best at, so it's also the only way I suck at fishing the channel, and I refuse to go out there. So it's what you get. It's what you get.
That looked like the dock that he started.
That's what I was thinking.
The stretch that started near this morning. He may have taken 2 or 3 visits there, and that's what he's talking about. Being
I had
stubborn.
a big one follow me down out of that corner in practice. I'm gonna make like 2 or 3 casts right here on this little bit, and then we're gonna roll. I think I know where I'm going next. Surely it's reloaded by this point. Let go. Let go, let go.
Seeing the reemergence of the pawpaw seat. with this new technology. You
Yeah.
know, it's changed up. You know, new baits are coming into play, and old baits aren't in play as much. But the pawpaw seed is back in action these days.
I just wonder when Tripp and Bryce fish together in tournaments to get here, who gets the seat?
Do you think they share it?
I'd like to thank my. This is a little story time, but I'd like to thank my if my grandpa's watching, I'd like to thank my grandpa for getting me into fishing. He bought me my first rod and reel when I was super young. I was probably 3 or 4, and I just remember all the times fishing on his dock, and you know, he would let us, me and my 2 older brothers, he would let us go out on the john boat and just kind of, you know, have fun and fish out on his lake and just get to experience, you know, the outdoors. So, and then once I got a little bit older, I started fishing with my dad in tournaments. We fishers and men tournaments. I fished my first tournament when I was in 3rd grade, and that kind of got the itch for me. I just ate it up, and ever since 3rd grade when I started fishing tournaments, I've never stopped. I fished all through middle school. I fished in high school for Florida Bass Nation. Glenn actually was the high school director, so I got to experience some good times with Glenn in high school, and then now I'm with Glenn in college, so it's a full circle moment. But anyway, back to fishing the tournaments with my dad. I'd like to thank him as well for putting so much time and effort into my life with fishing. He captained me all through middle school and high school, and I know that was not enjoyable at all moments. So I'd like to thank him for putting up with me and putting all that time and effort into keeping me and my brothers out in the water.
Old Dave tomorrow. Logan, I don't know if you know, but if you close your eyes, you can't tell if Bryce, Connor, or Dave are talking. I mean, genes are strong there, and even the looks. The boys look the same, and Dad's not far off.
Yeah, I've never met their dad, but definitely see the resemblance between Bryce and Connor. I know Connor would be proud to see his brother move on to tomorrow, and the UNA boys would be pretty happy to have a 100% chance of sending an angler to their first ever Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, if that's the case, then the trophy and the check would be headed back to Florence, Alabama, which isn't too far from our next stop. The EQs at Wheeler Lake. Practice started this morning. The next group of anglers trying to make the Elite Series. We'll have live coverage of that next Saturday as well. But until then, we're still focused on the college bracket. We got 90 minutes left in semifinal Sunday. Striking Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket at Watauga Lake is sponsored by Lose this week. Super grateful for Strike King and Lose and their participation in the college and high school series. There's our matchups today. Trying to make it to the finals tomorrow. Bryce tomorrow, Ben Burns, the 2-3 matchup on the right side of your screen. The 1-4 matchup, Tripp Berlinsky, Garrett Smith. Berlinsky has been on fire this week. 2 of the biggest bags. I think 3 of the 6 biggest bags. He's got half the biggest bags this week.
Depending on what he ends up with today, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Let's go into what's happened today so far. The Strike King Rewind. Let's start it off with Ben Burns, the 3 seed, the guy who has been so consistent this week. 15 pounds, 6 ounces on day 1 for a 5-fish limit. 15 pounds, 2 ounces for a 5-fish limit yesterday. He has advanced as a 3 seed against Bryce DeMauro. And guys, this morning, we're seeing a lot of fish. None of them interested. We had the low light skies. He continued to work his way from the farthest east portion of the lake out to the main lake where the bridge is there just east of takeoff. But when he got below that bridge to where the lake opens up, that's where he started to catch a lot more fish, filled his limit, and eventually took the lead in his matchup over Bryce DeMauro. But he is now trailing in that matchup. He said he was going to go fish for some bigger fish, Logan. I haven't seen him really change his game plan. Maybe the area he's talking about, but maybe a full reset will do good for him. Meanwhile, he's chasing this guy, Bryce DeMauro, guy who has been up and down to say the least. Started the weekend 7th with 12 pounds on day 1. Went up to 18 pounds yesterday to move all the way to 2nd place in his matchup.
Oh my gosh.
And then this morning, couple 3-pounders, an acrobatic smallmouth here, and Bryce DeMauro gets back on top of his matchup and is sitting pretty with 1 more to go for a limit.
We're not getting many bites this morning, but 2 more decent ones in the boat.
1 pound total on the day, Ronnie. A little bit less than previous days, but he's still got 1 fish to fill his limit. Maybe get a big one.
Certainly hasn't been easy for any of these guys who have been successful. They've had to work hard at it, and this guy has been from end to end on the lake the last few days. Started the week with 18 pounds on day 1. I'm assuming he's doing the exact same thing he was. Yesterday, it did not pan out well for him. 11 pounds and change, and was the last man in, barely beating out his teammate Andrew Blanton for the final spot. Today, we saw him start on a stretch. No good results. Made a move to go up the river and caught 4 keepers there. He has since bounced around, waiting for his limit fish. Sitting there just short of 12, or what is his weight?
8-12 with
just
4
short,
fish,
yes,
Ronnie.
8-12 with 4
His
fish.
fish look better, though. Those first couple largemouth.
Yeah, 2.5 to 3 pounders, yeah. Definitely so, maybe a 4 for 10 pounds. Still, he has an uphill battle facing this guy, Trip Berlinsky. 4.5 pounder this morning. Added some 2.5 to 3.5 pounders as well. Then just decided to go catch another 5 pounder, another 4 pounder, and Berlinsky has just been on fire. 19 pounds, 14 ounces on day 1. 15 yesterday fishing brand new water. Now he's in the upper 19 pound range once again. It's really inconceivable that anyone can top what he has done day to day, but tomorrow will be a brand new day. He still has to make it through today as well. But this was the one where we said, okay, now you're just showing off. It's time to start practicing for tomorrow.
He's living right.
You better go figure it out. Why don't you go investigate one of those areas that has perfect cell service? Let's see if there's a pattern there, so we can watch you fish tomorrow as we go out to Trip Berlinsky live.
Sounds good. Just going down another bank, about as simple as it gets right there. Just going down this bank, it looks real similar. I've seen some fish, just haven't caught one yet. I actually see a good one right there. Come on, bite it, dude. That's a big one, I think. I mean, 3 pounder at least. I don't want it. I don't like all this water discolored, but at the same time, like, they're biting orange and red crawfish, so they're on the orange and red stuff, so I mean, just probably some crawfish down this bank. Oh, crap.
What's his smallest, do we know?
Messed
Can
that one up.
load up
I didn't
his
see him until
fish
way
by
too
fish.
late.
To give you that
Maybe not,
rundown,
he's
give me
swimming
just a
now.
second.
swimming the wrong way though.
Trip has a 5-1, a 4-8, a 3-6, a 3-5, a 3-3. So I guess that 3-3 will be his smallest.
Well, 5 of his smallest would have you sitting pretty in the other match.
Yeah, I think any of the other competitors in the field right now would gladly take a 3-pounder.
They're being stingy this afternoon though, I will say that. I've noticed that in the afternoon they don't want to bite near as much as they do in the morning, but I'm also not hitting like the juice or whatever you want to call it, the main stretches, so that could be a big reason why. I mean, theoretically dock fishing's better when the sun's up, just gives them that shade to get under. In the morning, they're just really roaming, so like, I don't know, they're not roaming as much now. They're kind of more set up in the brush and stuff, which, I mean, I don't really like it like that. I like them roaming. They just, whenever they're roaming, you know they're looking for something, and they're usually looking for food is what they're looking for, so. But if they're sitting in a pile or some wood or anything like that, I just think they're like kind of resting. Just if a crawfish hits them in the face, they may bite it, but that's about it. They just don't really want to move around a whole bunch. The water temp's hot. I mean, it's up to 75 today, or 74 up here, and 75 or 76 on the back graph, I'm pretty sure, so. It's the hottest water temp we've seen, even with the coldest morning we've seen, which is a little weird, but probably just because it's getting pretty hot today and it got the sun out pretty early. But yeah, not a whole bunch. Just looking for a few fish. Make another coal or two would be awesome. About to run down to where I practiced during the tournament the past 2 days and see if I can catch one of those big largemouth I saw down there. That'd be awesome. I saw a 6-pounder or 7-pounder the first day, and I had my graph set too deep, so I thought he was a lot smaller than he was, and when I reeled it up, I realized how wrong I was. And yeah, that one, and then I lost one the second day. No, I didn't. Yeah, I missed him the second day. That seemed like a really good fish down there, and it's not getting near the pressure, and I went down there in the afternoon, and they're active, so. I think we're gonna make that move right now, as a matter of fact. There's only about an hour of fishing left. Yeah, we're gonna make that move. Go try to catch a big largemouth and explore some of that old stuff a little bit.
Bryce, you want to share some more thoughts? Anything you want to share about tomorrow if you and your partner end up competing against each other?
Yeah, if by chance I make it, I highly doubt it with what I got right now, but if I for some reason do make it, you know, that'd be a cool experience. I mean, it would suck because, you know, one of us would lose, one of us would win. But, you know, it would still be a cool experience. Oh my goodness. We both said from the beginning, we're like, we both got to make it to the last day. We both thought that'd be cool. And, you know, I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Trip and I are, you know, close enough and are good enough friends where, you know, if one of us, if we were to make it to the last, both of us make it to the last day, you know, and one person won, the other person would be just as happy, you know, as if they won. So, But yeah, it'd definitely be really cool. I know our parents would be stressed. They'd be watching together and they'd be super stressed the whole time. But no, I would enjoy it. It'd be a good time.
We have seen teammates face off against each other. Originally, the way the bracket was designed, it was the 1 seed was a teammate and the 2 seed on the other side of the bracket was a teammate, and so they were always paired against each other, or paired opposite, and it was possible for them to make it to the finals. We had 2011 with Upshaw and Watkins, 12 with the Lee brothers, 13 with Lee and Shane Powell. We had Jacob Fouts and Jake Lee in 2017, and then the last 2 years were 2019 and 2020. Cody Huff beat Carter McNeil and Trevor McKinney beat Blake Jackson. Since 2020, no one has paired up against their partner in the finals.
Yeah, I'm landing on a whole bunch of them right now. We'll see what happens. Oh gosh, yeah, it's been a grind. I went and tried some laydowns and stuff, but I think I'm just gonna stick with what got me here and just here they come. Ooh, we had it. I'm talking about, there's a bunch down there.
I'll also say, since
Coming
we
in at
did
a weird
the
angle, so I gotta
Team of
figure out how
the
to-
Year entrance into the bracket, 2021 and beyond, a Team of the Year angler has made the finals
if I hit
every
them
year,
perfect, one of them should bite.
with Tucker being the only one who's lost. Tucker lost to Tristan McCormick in 2021. Manetti was Team of the Year, Fothergill was Team of the Year, and Dylan Akins. They were all part of the Team of the Year, and they went on to win the bracket as well.
Funny story, that 2021, you know, me and Tucker got matched up the first day, and told him, you know, you better seal it out. And he led, you know, the whole day, and then Tristan ended up beating him by 3 ounces. But we went on and fished the Bass Pro Shops U.S. Open.
Yeah.
And we ended up winning that tournament, and the record payout by 3 ounces. So we kind of he kind of got it back, I guess.
That's crazy how you just brought up that you won $1 million and there had nothing to do with nothing, but that's awesome. Great job winning $1 million. You know, I'll just keep working. We'll just
split that right down the middle, did you?
Yeah, we did.
No, $250,000 to Tucker's girlfriend, $250,000.
You only caught 2 of the fish. I get 600.
College Classic bracket goes on. We've got 4 anglers with an hour and 15 minutes left in the fishing day before we narrow it down to just 2. One of those 2 will make the Bassmaster Classic. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket. There's another sailboat for you, Such. That one's even bigger.
You are correct. That is a sailboat.
That is a sailboat.
That's nice.
Beautiful day at Watauga Lake.
Mid-70s.
Sun coming out. Looks like Garrett Smith's made a move back to where he was yesterday down lake. So we head out to Bryce DeMauro. He's also made a move to a different area, looking for keeper number 5. He has really worked his areas about as best as he could. He's had a lot of errors today, he said, missing fish, losing fish. Looks like he maybe has made a different move, but very similar bank.
Please, Lord.
Another good fish.
Please, Lord. Please, Lord. Please. Finally. I got one to not break me off or pull off, finally. That's huge. That is so huge. It's a good 3-pounder. Man, that's huge. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. That's number 5. Thank you, Lord. Whew, that takes, I'm already stressed enough, but that takes a little bit of the stress out of it. Got 5 now.
That's a limit for Bryce tomorrow. Definitely going to be some pressure off his shoulders now that he has filled his 5 bass limit. Hopes of making it to Championship Monday with a 50-50 shot at the Bassmaster Classic. Being able to represent the College Series on the Opens as well. Once in a lifetime opportunity for anglers at most, but sometimes you get a second shot at it for sure. Got the pleasure of being with one of those anglers who's been in the College Classic bracket before. We've got Logan Parks in studio with us today and tomorrow. Here we are in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. And Logan, we've talked about it yesterday with Bo Browning, some of the baits that were coming into play. A buzzbait was factoring in the afternoon for Andrew Blanton and guys like Garrett Smith. Now we're seeing Garrett switch over to a popar that he really has a lot of confidence in. Now he's running different water. He was way upriver, now he's running down lake. But one thing I wanted to talk about with you is specific types of finesse approaches. We see guys looking at their electronics over and over again, and you assume it's the same thing. It's a jig head minnow. Sometimes the jig head is heavier, sometimes the minnow is bigger. We're also seeing a Nico rig and some dice baits come into play. So tell me how Logan Parks maybe balances a minnow style bait versus throwing a dice or just a Nico finesse worm.
Yeah, man, if the fish are feeding up on bait, you know, and you're more in that main creek channel out over deep water, what we're seeing Ben do is more of a jig head minnow style approach. And he said he's fishing 40 foot deep. He's likely gone all the way up to like a 3/4 ounce, 1 ounce head to get down to those fish that are swimming fast, feeding on bait. And, you know, something small like a 3.5, 4 inch bait looks like that's what he's using with a bit of a heavier jig head.
And we've talked about the bait fish in this lake a lot in that depth zone is alewife. But then when we see the guys fishing shallower with maybe the Nico rig approaches like Ben was in the morning, or like what we've seen Tripp do as well and Bryce, we see some of them using some finesse worms and some other baits that are maybe representing bluegill or the crawfish, depending on the color they're choosing.
Yeah, it looks like the guys are primarily throwing some kind of dice bait, which is really interesting. It's something new and trendy that we're seeing on these pressured fish that's been really potent. Guys are often throwing this with a bit of a little nail weight in it, or, you know, just throwing just a standard worm on a Nico rig, and that works really well too. Fishing that shallow cover, those are both great baits to approach, you know, a piece of structure with, like a lay down, a stick off the bank, a piece of wood. You know, even swimming a little lighter minnow over that is effective too. But it looks like they're the guys that are leading right now are mixing in both a Nico rig and some kind of dice bait.
It seemed like if you weren't on the main stretch of the main lake of Watauga, it was a little difficult. Ben Burns had a lot of fish around him this morning, but very picky, very choosy on what they were biting at. But those main river fish, those main lake fish for Berlinsky, for DeMauro, and now Ben Burns on the main drag, they're starting to bite. So a lot of different baits we've seen come into play, but certainly seeing those guys in that shallower zone, 10 feet and less on those 45-degree banks, utilizing multiple types of finesse approaches, in brush, around brush, or suspended fish have all been key for them so far this week. Hopefully we see a little bit more Chapo action, some popar action from Garrett Smith this afternoon. Definitely letting that sun get out longer, define those shade lines. Maybe he has something up his sleeve for the afternoon in terms of some big upgrades.
Seeing some topwater blow-ups would not hurt my feelings.
That'd be nice. Closans was saying nice topwater bites can be had on Watauga Lake here.
Mike Cole.
I like what Ben Burns is doing here, though. You know, he went and kept his Nico rig on us, fished some laydowns, he said. Tried to catch a big largemouth, it wasn't working out, and you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go back to what you got here.
I guess I'll weigh him and see. he's close, I'll look at him.
Said he's caught largemouth in the afternoon yesterday, so go and do what he knows how to do and catch.
First fish in a while.
Try to get a 15-pound plus limit for the day.
Dang, I got a really little one. He's supposed to be a little bigger than one of them. It's my luck. Did not know I had this much water in here. Not that one.
Yeah, that little bit shallower depth zone than where Ben's been fishing, if that's his adjustment to maybe catching some fish, that is certainly a great opportunity, as we've seen and we know just from covering this tournament that range, half a cast. Now we see Bryce tomorrow from the bank. It's been the zone that's been really helpful for these bigger fish.
Threw up some crawfish when he flipped it in the boat.
He honestly might help.
Interesting to see how close they're getting them to commit to the boats. They're setting the hook under the trolling motor sometimes.
No, there's no way he's gonna help, but I'm gonna check him for good measure. Oh, he doesn't even measure anyway. Thing's fat though. Them spots get so fat. I wish the largemouth and the smallmouth got that fat.
Bryce tomorrow, adding that fish a few minutes ago gives him a limit, and it's exactly like we thought, another 3-pounder. And so 14 to 15 pounds for him. He's just rock solid right now.
Hard for Ben Burns.
Right now it's all Lions, North Alabama, both sides of the bracket looking to advance. Another hour of fishing left to go for Garrett Smith and Ben Burns if they hope to make it to Championship Monday. Oftentimes the mental aspect of this game, slight adjustments, little tweaks here and there, things that you notice and pick up along the way can help greatly. And we got to see a little bit of that from Bryce tomorrow just a few minutes ago. Logan Parks, we're starting to see the forage take over at times. You start to see the fish out in the middle, the Zach Helton and Blake Wheat area that got them eliminated yesterday. Ben Burns' main areas, deeper water, alewife fish. Those fish are looking a lot smaller in stature and size, whereas the fish that Bryce tomorrow, Trip Berlinsky are catching in that zone, feeding on bluegill and crawfish like Cole Sands mentioned. And boy, they are getting bigger and bigger as the tournament goes on. The average size fish looking great. And with a couple minutes ago, Bryce tomorrow, one of his key fish, his limit fish, showed us a sign of what these fish are eating at this point in the year. 74 to 76 degree water, as Tripp was saying.
It looks like it threw up a piece of orange crawfish right there. You see the claw hit his front deck, and you see his little dice bait fall off, and I think that's why that bait is so effective. There's the claw right there.
Yeah.
You know, when you pulse that thing and those tentacles kind of flee away, it's almost like a crawfish, how they swim away backwards, and I think that's why we're seeing that bait be so effective for these guys fishing those shallow areas. You know, crawfish eating is the main forage. It's a perfect imitator.
Some of these bass are going to get confused thinking that crawfish swim through the middle of the water column soon because they've been feeding upwards so long.
Makes sense, because they wouldn't see the side view. They'd see the end view of it going away and just see the tentacles and little arms.
Back down the lake towards the dam with Garrett Smith.
I can always say hello back. I wish I had more fish catches to show. But, like I was telling you, I blame the fish for not knowing how to eat my bait. It's not my fault, it's always theirs. I really don't understand how they get to be so big and they just absolutely suck at eating something that's not even barely moving. Like, I'm gonna lay down. But yeah, that one stings. Got it. Yeah, dude, she come out and just laid on top of it instead of actually sucking it in. And, you know, it sucks because, like, I watched her not get it, but it still goes down with her because she landed on it, and it's like, well, dang. Coming from. I keep seeing them appear, and I don't know where they're coming from. There's one down there on the floor. It just appeared this morning. That is exactly what it's from. Yep, that's why that cord is now so loose. That makes sense. I did. 1 more hour, then we start recording. Yeah, I'll start putting it back together.
I need you to do that while you finish.
Yeah, let me stop and rebuild the entire trolling motor.
You can see a little bit of that boat traffic and runoff color in the water by Bryce tomorrow.
I wonder why they keep coming off. Probably because I've been moving around so much, but like, I don't know.
Have you named any of your trees or laydowns yet?
I don't know. I need to come up with some. What's like a good... That one, they were teasing me. I got to come up with a good name for that. I don't know. That one down there by the dam, that fish has escaped me 3 different times now. So I don't even know. That one's like... I need to come up with some nicknames, but like... I don't have any good ones right now. Usually... I don't know. I need to get some nicknames. That's a good idea. That one down, that stupid tree down there at the dam, I have missed that fish 3 times. That fish is officially smarter than I am, and I'm not saying I'm that smart. I am about to graduate with a master's degree, assuming I turn in my assignment tonight. Which I don't know if that'll happen.
You got to go like 3 towns over to get Wi-Fi to send that thing out. You just don't do it on the lake. Thing might not get through. Ben Burns, that thing ain't.
Expected.
Oh, his teacher's there staying with him, so he can just hand it in.
Not gonna help Ben Burns.
Campus till I get back. I told Dr. Sheck the same thing. I'm in his I think it's oh goodness, he's gonna get mad at me because I can't remember the name of the class. I think it's econ or finance. I think it's econ because we were looking at the economics of a housing market, and it's a housing market project about the market of South Carolina. I had turned something in last Sunday about the houses around Murray and Greenwood and stuff. But it's the housing bubble. Oh, I really should look at that assignment. I really should go in there and do that assignment, but I don't want to. I want to make tomorrow. need to go find another lay down. Let's go back to that one that those all them fish come out on. Let's go do that. I think that one has some potential. I really need to get some nicknames for those trees though. I about recognize them all. I should have been putting little flags on them so I could see them running down the lake. That's exactly. I should have put like a pink or a chartreuse like ribbon on them when I've been fishing them.
I always wanted to get like a 20, 20-foot long line.
Yeah.
Bobber, and then just hook their mouth like a smallmouth on my lake and just see where they go.
Yeah, dude. They should do that on the herring fish. The herring fish move so much. I would love to do it because like they do it so like the pinging trackers, it's hard to even keep up with them.
Maybe not even a hook, but just like like a live well clamper, like.
Yeah, dude. That'd be perfect.
I get the stupid stat of the week. The UNA team is 2 men, 2 of 8, 25% of the field. On days 1 and 2, they caught 30% of the fish, and counting day 3 so far, they're up to 37% of the fish that we've weighed here. Those 2 anglers, pretty dominant performance.
Wow. What a special place this is, Watauga Lake in Carter County, Tennessee. Just south of Bristol, just east of Johnson City, and riding the North Carolina border there. And this part of the country just a year ago was hit by something unexpected. Hurricanes in the mountains are not things that they're expected, and huge amounts of rain and flooding devastated so many of these small towns that are vital to our mountain economy and lifestyle. And a year ago, we remember all those affected.
This park, the grounds on which we stand, had been a gathering place for folks in Northeast Tennessee for a couple of hundred years. Devastating flood came through our region September 27th and the morning of September 28th. Took what we had all known and loved in David Crockett Birthplace State Park and washed it down the Nolichucky River. So our hope and our desire is to return David Crockett Birthplace State Park to its level of prominence, if not go even beyond that, to help tell the story of David Crockett in Tennessee, especially at his birthplace here in Northeast Tennessee.
So David Crockett Birthplace, before the terrible flood of September 2024, had already been applying for and was granted money for a new playground, an interpretive, educational focused, welcoming playground. And in fact, what we're here for today is to deliver that check to the park as a commemoration of that money being available for that playground in the future after the planning process to think about what's the best way to rebirth David Crockett Birthplace State Park. How do we want this park to truly serve into the long-term future for this community? And that's going to take some planning. It's going to take involvement with the community to share visions, to share ideas, to cut those ideas right into a very open, transparent process of making this great state park even greater for the future.
Shout out to our department, definitely, for the benevolence in this check. Shout out to our local politicians for keeping the pressure on to make it happen, and our community for really ensuring it gets done. A big shout out as a park manager I want to give to is my staff, definitely. They've been phenomenal through this whole thing, and they're the boots on the ground here every day. It's really a nice glimmer of hope to be looking towards the future and rebuilding those facilities that the locals have come to know and love.
Great to see places like this taken care of, especially for the youth of America that will learn about the history of these places and the rolling hills and the mountains of East Tennessee. They're talked about nationally, and thoughts and prayers as those communities still rebuild. Meanwhile, we get the opportunity to cherish this part of the country fishing-wise. Watauga Lake, 4 anglers, 2 anglers will advance. We've got 45 minutes left before we decide it. Berlinsky and tomorrow on top. The Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake is presented by Ranger Boats. Rapala, and by Yamaha. Over 1,000 anglers competed throughout the season. Cut it down to just 100 or so teams, 200 anglers for the championship. 4 teams advanced based on being team of the year for their division, being team of the year overall, or being the national champions. So it's the best of the best throughout a culminating season and the biggest events in the college series season. Now we've got team of the year, Bryce DeMauro and Trip Berlinsky, both on top of their respective matchups with 40 minutes left in the fishing day, hoping to advance to the round of 2. 2 anglers remain, aka the college bracket finals tomorrow.
Alabama's in Florence. What's their home fishery? They got a few to choose from, or don't they?
Yeah, they're pretty much right there on Pickwick.
Yeah.
So I'm not choosing any other. Oh, I'm not choosing any other ones if I'm living close to Pickwick.
That's how you're going to.
I just need you to know, when I was freelance with Bass, Such, 2014, 2015, 2016, I graduated. My plan was to move to Florence, Alabama.
Okay.
And then I got offered full time, and so I was like, oh, Little Rock. I'll move to Little Rock. So Florence is a fishing town gem, no doubt about it. And Pickwick, honestly, Logan, you can attest to this. Pickwick, it's a Tennessee River lake, but the way it flows and the way it operates, the smallmouth, you've got the fishing at the dam aspect of it. Pickwick can teach you quite a bit to take it nationally. Like, you know, you don't have to visit 5 different lakes. You can get your own taste of style of fishing any way you want at Pickwick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the tail race right there at McFarland. You can put in there, learn to fish the current. You've got the deep downriver ledge fishing. It's got some amazing shallow water, backwater fishing, cypress trees. I mean, it's got everything you need. And if you get tired of that, you can just put in on the other side of the dam and go fish Wilson and catch some really, really big smallmouth, probably some of the biggest smallmouth in the country. So 2 unbelievable fisheries that they've got right there in their backyard. You know, so many other great fisheries so close to that school. That's what I really liked about being at Auburn is, you know, any given day we were within an hour of 8 to 10 different fisheries, and I'd say that UNA is the same way. You know, probably 10, 15 fisheries within an hour, hour and a half that are all really cool places to go and learn while you're in college.
Meanwhile, Stephen F. Austin, Nacogdoches, Texas, that's where we actually had a college weigh-in when they had a 2-day record at Sam Rayburn. Texas Tech boys, Lane Bynum and Travis McGuire, won at Rayburn. We weighed in on Stephen F. Austin's campus, north of Sam Rayburn. Toledo Bend's not far, so it's funny how you think about the football powerhouses of the world and whatnot, but when it comes to fishing, you think about Carson Newman's right there, Douglas and Cherokee. You think about Bethel's right there on Kentucky Lake during its heyday. A lot of those anglers grew up fishing that. You've got UNA on Pickwick and Wilson, Tennessee River. And you get the other schools like Lander on Hartwell. And some of those schools thrive because of the access to a playing field where they can learn and grow their game versus being at a big school that may not be near a lake at all. And I have the funding of a big school, but we don't get the on-the-water experience. It's like going to a good football school that doesn't have a practice facility. It's like, we know the game. We got state-of-the-art stuff. We just don't get to practice that much.
It sure helps to be near a decent body of water, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was an hour and a half from any tournament water when I was at East Carolina.
Really?
Like, there's some tidal waters and some other fishery, but nothing I would have had a tournament on at any kind of scale. And if I would have known about the Pascatank 12 years ago, I'd have probably gone up there.
It's all coming into focus now,
exactly,
Ronnie.
Exactly. But for real, you know, you have the Bugs Islands of the world, you have the Raleigh Lakes, you have Lake Norman, High Rock, but then you've got the South Carolina lakes there, but you got to just travel a little bit more for some schools to get there.
There's certain regions that a lot of people say, oh, I've learned the lakes and the moving water, clear water, the river fishing. You know, I call it the birthplace of bass fishing up there near the Bull Shoals, Springfield, Missouri, Bass Pro Shop headquarters. Up there, kind of tournament fishing started up in that. And talked to guys who won team championships, and there's a little triangle up there. And they just say, yeah, because we have a variety of fisheries. We go a little bit north, we go a little bit south. We've gone down the Arkansas River. And you just learn. And in college, that's what I always say in college, you guys get to travel and see different types of fisheries, and you learn from the other college teams.
Yeah, college fishing was absolutely crucial for me to experience these bodies of water. I mean, we would travel to the same lakes that I fished on the Elite Series now. You know, I fished a college tournament on the St. Lawrence River twice. I fished a college tournament on Toledo Bend. You know, a lot of the tournaments that we fished, you know, I fished plenty of college tournaments on Smith Lake and Wheeler and a lot of the places last year. I think there was only 2 places I'd never been last year, and this year was cool. We went to a lot of new places, but you get used to traveling across the country and fishing these big events, and it's really no different. It's just at a higher level, and all the competitors are significantly better, but you're still just going across the country to fish the same bodies of water, so it's a valuable training ground, the college fishing scene is.
You bring up the last season. What do you think of this next season, starting in early February at Guntersville, then we're going to Lake Martin, and you've got the Classic. You got Tom Bigby and...
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I was really excited when the schedule first came out. The different lakes and stuff set up really uniquely, and so it's going to be a fun season. I'm going to go to a lot of new places I've never fished before, go back to some of the same places, and it'll be a lot of fun. And the new coin flip is going to change things up a lot too, so we'll see how that goes. I actually went back and did the math though on my season this year, and I think I weighed 117 bass across 10 tournaments, counting the Classic, and I was right at almost 50% that I used my forward-facing sonar with to catch them, and about 50% that I caught just fishing.
Oh, don't say that. They won't believe you. They won't believe you.
He sounded sincere, bro.
It doesn't matter. Truth
I'll make
is
a
not.
video on it one day.
You gotta pull it off.
Yeah.
You gotta pull it. You sound sincere sometimes,
I'll bring the
Ronnie.
receipts. I got a YouTube.
No, I mean, I'm with you. I believe you. I'm just saying that's not what people want to hear.
Well,
they want to believe what they want to believe.
How much planning is going to go into the season of, okay, I don't have forward-facing at this one. I have it here at Lake Martin, don't have it at Guntersville, and then the rest of the year, you know, Tom Bigby, none. Muskogee, yeah. Lake Murray, yes. Sandy Cooper, no. Albemarle, Sound, Pascatank, sonar. Champlain, no. And St. Lawrence, sonar.
It's going to be interesting for sure. I think pre-practice is going to be more important than it ever has been.
Well, speaking of schedules, we announced the Elite schedule a few weeks ago. We announced the Open schedule as well. And this past week, leading into the college bracket, we announced the 2026 Striking Bassmaster College Series schedule and the high school divisions as well. We've got 6 events for the full season, 2 different divisions, and we start the Legends Trail at the Kissimmee Chain late January. We move to Rayburn late February. We go to Kerr Reservoir on the Arkansas River in Oklahoma late April. Meanwhile, the Lunkers Trail, we have Okeechobee the week after the Kissimmee Chain. Then we have Santee Cooper early April. That should be phenomenal. And the James River, one of the most underrated fisheries and a great time of the year for a tidal fishery. Late May, some giants should be caught there. And our high school and junior series, they always have events in collaboration with the college trails, and they will be a part of the Kissimmee Chain, Sam Rayburn, Kerr Reservoir, and Santee Cooper Lakes events. Got to be careful that some of those itty-bitty kids in the junior series don't get ate up by a 10-pounder at Santee Cooper in early to mid-April.
There's going to be some really big fish caught at those events.
We know Kissimmee, Okeechobee, Rayburn, and Santee are great, but I am so excited to see Kerr Reservoir on the Arkansas River and the James River to end those seasons. So, Legends and Lunkers Trail, stuff to look forward to next year. Crunch time here at Watauga Lake for the striking Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lose. 30 minutes left before we cut the field from 4 to 2. We lose half our field every day of competition. We had 2 full field days of 8. They had the cumulative weights weighed in yesterday. Top 4 advanced to bracketed competition. The 1 seed Trip Berlinsky been in charge all week, taking on the national champion Garrett Smith, dominating that matchup currently. Meanwhile, the 2-3 matchup, those guys were separated by just ounces after 2 days of fishing. Bryce Demaro just filled his limit, cold up as well. He's at 14.5 pounds. Or 14 pounds even, sorry, I look like an 8 from back here. They have me a mile away from the screen. Y'all should see me in here. And Ben Burns, 9 pounds and change for his limit. Needs something to happen good for him if he wants to make it to Championship Monday with a 50-50 shot at the Bassmaster Classic spot.
See, Garrett Smith has made it all the way the other end of the lake.
There's your 2 anglers right now. If it ended today, right at this moment, maybe if it ended in 30 minutes, they would be your finalists. Teammates from the University of North Alabama, the first time since 2020 where teammates match up in the finals, guaranteeing North Alabama will have a classic representative, but not guaranteeing if these guys will be partners in the future, depending on how they handle it.
Right. Both of them make it. Does one got to wear the home white, the purple away jersey, the other one?
Are you talking about for tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, if they both make it.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I don't know. They're both away technically. This isn't Pickwick's, so this isn't their home lake, but they might have to do that for sure, so we could at least tell the difference in them. They're both sitting, both wearing purple. At least Tripp just pulled his hood back.
TNT sponsor. Yeah, we can see his name.
2 kids that used to fish the high school series an hour apart in the state of Florida. Both made their way to Bryan College a few years ago and transferred to North Alabama. Worked out well for them as they were Team of the Year this year.
Hit the gun and fell right in. Huh? No, not on camera. Oh my gosh, I'd never stop getting made fun of.
It says 100.
All right, big girls. This is your time to shine. Put on a little show for us right here. Oh, I thought one just like blew up. I was like, oh my gosh. No, it's like waves hitting somewhere. I think it's from like when I sat down.
Logan Park's like the first 2 days. Do you see him kind of easing back and kind of saving stuff for tomorrow, or you think he's not even thinking about that right now? He just wants to make his. I mean, he's got the weight that he needs. Nobody's gotten close to that.
Yeah, I think Tripp was in a unique position with the format. Like today it's a 1v1, but the last 2 days it was just catch as much as you can to be in the top four by the end of day 2. So catching that big bag, allowed him to get way out in the front and be almost 5 pounds ahead of the cut line going into day 2. So once he got above 12 pounds yesterday, he was kind of able to just relax and know that he was in, and as long as he made it back the way, and he's going to be all right. So he really got to go and practice.
He had it the whole time. I'm so stupid.
He's still fishing hard right now with 20 pounds in the box, so I don't think he's worried about burning fish, doesn't seem.
Yeah, now he's kind of in a totally different. There's a dock in the background, but
so
a little shallow pocket.
I'm sitting there shaking and I'm like, it feels a little heavy. Because I saw him come up, but I couldn't see him eat. I never saw him like actually eat it. It was just because it's so shallow right here. I just didn't get a great image of that, and I didn't think he had it.
So
and
difficult
I could
to
see a blob
see.
just right above the bottom, and I thought that was me, but that was a fish going back down with it.
It's so difficult to
So I
see
guess it
him
technically
that
was me.
shallow on your screens.
He hit it twice, and then I missed him the second time. Unreal. Unreal, Trippy. Come on. Come on. Lord, please, this is the giant smallmouth.
Got the 2-3 matchup here pictured, Bryce DeMauro and Ben Burns. Ben Burns has had 15 pounds every day this week, and today, the day he needed it the most, I mean, I'd say every day leading up to it has gotten him here and he needed it, but when his specific opponent has 14 pounds and change, he needed 15 pounds and he has not come up with that.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I'm sure Bryce is sweating a little bit right now. You know, he's probably thinking, I got right at 15 and my opponent's been catching 15
Absolutely.
every day. So still plenty of time left.
Absolutely. We've been talking about all week how beautiful this part of the country is, a part of the state of Tennessee, northeast corner up there in Carter County, not far from Bristol and Johnson City and Boone, North Carolina, and we realized how many lakes are a part of the TVA system, operated, managed, controlled, improved by TVA efforts. And it's great to see a lot of people pouring into the sport of fishing and the lakes and resources that we have to utilize for it.
We're here to talk about the reef balls that we've been constructing here in eastern Tennessee. If you think about where we're at geographically, we're in the upper end of the Tennessee River watershed, and most of the reservoirs we have here are drawn down in the wintertime. So that just kind of leads to the natural erosion and decaying of any kind of natural habitat that was out there. So part of our jobs is to make sure that we try to put those types of habitat back into the reservoirs for fish. In the past, we put Christmas trees and all sorts of different things, and because of those drawdowns, they get exposed and then they just deteriorate or decay quicker. So fish do like that type of habitat, but you know, it's a continual process, and you're kind of working and working and working to keep up with it. So the guy that oversees the construction and deployment of habitat in this region, Russell Young, he and I have talked about this for several years and trying to figure it out. And I was at a meeting one time and talking to this guy about this sort of thing, and he suggested us to look into the reef balls that Reef Innovations kind of developed. So we were able to get some grants from different organizations, local and then federal, to maybe try this out here and see what we thought. So we started constructing these things and discovered that, you know, this is really, really good. One of the advantages of these are they last, you know, the 500 years or better is kind of their life expectancy. And then the other thing is we use natural material that's collected out of the Tennessee River watershed where we are, and then that also makes it maybe more aesthetic, you know, lots of different things. And these things, when they sit on the bank, they don't move, like the Christmas trees we were using. And the other advantage is different species of fish will utilize them because they mimic like rocks, like for smallmouth, for instance. They really don't utilize brush as much as other species, so the smallmouth will be attracted to them, crappie, brim, largemouth, spotted bass.
I want to play on one of those.
Yeah, TWRA.
That's sick.
You know how many TVA dams they operate? They operate 29 hydroelectric dams.
You didn't even let me answer.
Well,
you asked me a question, didn't even let me
and
answer.
13 locks on the Tennessee River. Did you know?
I was going to say an egregious number.
1,000.
Take her cold tag off so it doesn't add any weight. I don't think 345.
Seeing Trip Berlinsky catching one of those fish he was talking about. He had seen. I thought he lost it right there.
Yeah, I think his bait just flung off. It looked like it came off.
You don't have to hide the bait now that it's gone.
That's why I said,
for sure. 3-pounder.
Came off.
Come here, come here. That was what I came back here for. What did I tell you?
Say as small as a 3 something?
Came back here for one cold just in case Garrett decides to crack on him today. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's getting rid of a 9-pounder, Such. He's just
That'll seal the deal.
running the score up.
Have an absolute bag today.
Yeah.
If Garrett beats us, he cracked on him.
Biggest bag of the tournament.
386.
Yeah.
3 3/4, almost over that.
Thank you, thank
He's got over 20 now for sure.
Yeah.
Are you gaining a pound on that?
20 pounds, 15 ounces.
Wow.
That is a bag. Woo! Oh my gosh.
That's awesome. He's fired up.
Number 3.
He's gonna have 57 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Through 3 days of fishing. The last week of September on a highland fishery that's getting drawn down.
And I missed them.
These guys are good, man. These guys are unbelievable.
I don't want any part of this.
There's more, but
What's wild is these are weights we're seeing too from only eight of the entire field of 400 college competitors. So very stacked field that we fish against these days.
Trip Berlinsky had 19-14 on day 1, 15-15 on day 2, just messing around. 35 pounds, 13 ounces for 2 days. Let's just add 21 plus pounds today. Phenomenal 3 days so far for Trip Berlinsky. Special week in the life of a college angler in the College Series, the 2025 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket, Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee. And our college bracket is presented by Lose This Week. There's your bracket. It says 20, but we think it's 21. Trip Berlinsky, biggest bag officially of the tournament. We added it up and it was 57, probably 57 plus pounds after today for his 3 days. So almost a 20-pound average when it comes to a late September fishery, Highlands fishery. It can be very difficult. He's making it look easy. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sukon, writer of the Daily Limit, contributor here on Bass Live, and Logan Parks, Elite Series pro and former millionaire. I guess you maybe, are you still a millionaire or are you former? I don't know.
He lost all on lures.
Winner of $1 million tournament, college angler, team of the year. You've won regional events, made it through the Opens, and now you're on the Elite Series. Man, what have you seen from the guys today as we look forward to tomorrow, even if there's a weather change for tomorrow?
Man, just really impressive stuff from the UNA guys so far. You know, Trip has been on a roll and catching, you know, like you said, 57, 58, almost 20 pounds a day across 3 days of the tournament. And by tomorrow, it might be that is really, really strong anywhere in the country in September, especially Tennessee. So unbelievable stuff from Trip. His partner Bryce is handling business as well. and it seems like he's really kind of dialed things in. And tomorrow might be interesting. I'm not saying that it's completely over, but if we have those two UNA guys face off, they both know how to catch big fish, and it might be tighter than we think tomorrow. The weather could change things up, and they may have to do something different.
Such, it looks like we're on our way to a North Alabama finale.
It does.
Where these anglers will have guaranteed their school will have representation in the Bassmaster Classic, and one of them, part of the Team of the Year. I think this is the 3rd or 4th year in a row where a participant who won Team of the Year will also go on and make the Bassmaster Classic, proving that the year-long points race does showcase the best anglers.
Oh, yeah. The cream always rises to the top, Ronnie, and the UNA guys, these lines are really showing it. Both of them, DeMauro and Berlinsky, have really shown out this week. So is Watauga. I'm kind of impressed with the lake and the weights those guys have come in with. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It's going to be head-to-head.
Absolutely. I have one question for you. You look at what Tripp has done the first 3 days. You see what Bryce has done the last 2 days with his 18-pound day and this 14 to 15-pound day. We know that what they're doing is the best pattern on the lakes that has been discovered so far. But when you're Bryce and you're looking at, yes, the weights are zeroed, yes, Tripp could slip tomorrow, but Bryce now knows my best day is almost Tripp's worst day. What do you think Bryce needs to do? I don't think he has any more time today to figure it out, but for tomorrow, he's got to probably have some sort of adjustment because it's getting harder and harder for him in his areas.
Yeah, today is really slow for him. We've seen he only caught, I believe, 6 fish today on camera at least that could have kept. So it's been a grind for him. He's catching some of the right size, and I know he probably want to be catching some bigger fish. So we'll see what kind of adjustments he makes. With that storm, it may completely change things. We might see some topwater action. We might see some run and gun in the morning from him. It'll be interesting to see what he thinks about tonight. He's going to be thinking about it all night long. Probably not going to be sleeping much tonight.
Yeah. One thing is for certain, these anglers like Bryce and Tripp have gotten off to a hot start. 2 or 3 decent fish when it's still dark out. And so we may see them fish their primary pattern in the morning. And then maybe that mid-morning period when you're trying to fill your limit out, that's when you adjust to a different pattern, maybe a different section of the lake, and then come back so that there's no lulls. Because tomorrow, whoever wins this will not have a lull. They will have to probably catch them throughout the entire day. So we head out to Tripp Berlinsky.
It's going to be cloudy tomorrow, start about 60 degrees AM, get in the mid-70s by the afternoon by the time they're done fishing, and not much wind.
Thank you. I think that's gotta, for sure put me in there. I have a sack of them today. I didn't think this would be possible in practice. This is the nuttiest day of fishing I've had in a while. And there's more smallmouth there, but there's no point in catching any more because I'll come back here tomorrow about 20 minutes again before weighing and come back here and catch me another one of them. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, they're still down there. There's a little pile of them right there. Whew, a little rock pile with a pile of fish on it. Not much better than that. We're gonna go get ourselves checked in. What a great day. Holy crap. Sir?
Wrap it up for me.
Today was just a great day. I've caught a 5-pound smallmouth, a 4.5. So that's awesome. Those are just straight giants, especially for a lake out here. And then, I've covered a lot of new water and I found some new fish that are still big. And yeah, I've got a sack of them. I didn't think this was possible. And it was just an outstanding day of fishing. The Lord was looking out for me today. Huge thanks to everybody that makes all of this possible. Everybody on this jersey, my parents, all my friends, everybody that gives me support.
Been a great weekend of fishing here at Watauga, but why don't we take it to the weekday? Championship Monday, we will wrap up this college bracket and the college season. What a great year it was for Garrett Smith and Andrew Blanton, the champions from Lander, back-to-back, winning at Lake Hartwell and then winning at Cherokee Lake, but coming up short in both Bassmaster Classic brackets. We know the quality angler those guys are. We know that this won't be the last time we see them in high-level Bassmaster tournaments. Meanwhile, we look at the likes of Stephen F. Austin and Carson Newman, those schools represented as well. Phenomenal opportunity for Zach Helton and Blake Wheat from Carson Newman to make it here and fish in just north of where their school is. Meanwhile, Grant Percival and Ben Burns from Stephen F. Austin coming all the way from Texas and the Sam Rayburn region and holding their own here on a Highlands, Tennessee spotted bass, largemouth, and smallmouth fishery. But the story of the week has been the Lions from North Alabama. Trip Berlinsky and Bryce DeMauro, the team of the year, both advancing, most likely, to the finale tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Come on. Oh! No, it's... God, no. She's gonna come right here on the old Lake Norman.
Oh my gosh. That was one of those ones off 5-pounder. Oh!
Hey, good news is we've got live signal from the venue, the takeoff. We should see these 4 anglers weigh in just moments from now to decide the last 2 anglers. And then you can fire up Monday morning at the desk. I know it's a Monday. Fantasy football team probably sucks like mine. You can dial in Bassmaster Live tomorrow and hear Logan Parks, Mike Sukon, and myself talk about the college bracket finale. 2 anglers with a chance to make their dreams come true. Trip Berlinsky, Bryce DeMauro, possibly going head-to-head for one spot in the Bassmaster Classic. Check us out on Roku Sports and Bassmaster.com all day. We will see you tomorrow. 2 anglers will remain when we fire it up in the morning.